The rise. Good morning, everybody. Let's have a look at futures then. They do point to the upside. We do anticipate that the Biden bump, if that's what we saw last week, continues. Not the blue wave many had anticipated, at least not yet, but still moves to the upside. Appetite for risk, appetite, certainly a feature of last week's trading sessions and this week's early trading. So Asia was very positive, expecting a lot of that to be reflected in the European trading session as well. Euro Stoxx 50 futures then pointing to the upside. As we start trading here in Europe, we have the FTSE 100 up by 0.3%, the first out of the gates. Keeping an eye on all of these markets, though, just to see to what extent and for how long can the Biden bump push stocks higher? The Markets Live team have been asking that question on their blog this morning. Gains coming through increasingly then here in Europe. So the FTSE 100 now up by 0.9% as we wait for other markets to open. US futures also point to the upside. E-mini futures and Dow futures up by more than 1%. NASDAQ futures up by more than 2%. Perhaps it is the divided government and the impact that will or perhaps won't have on President Biden's ability to do things in the Senate that is pushing the NASDAQ up yet again. We certainly saw that as a feature of last week's trading. A few more markets open here in Europe then. The CAC 40 up by 1.6%, the IBEX up by 1.5%. Now, Joe Biden is preparing to take office as the 46th president of the United States. That happens, of course, in January. He'll start by readying a plan to tackle the coronavirus. Joining us now is Bloomberg reporter Ed Ludlow. Good morning once again then, Ed. Are we expecting quick movement then on tackling the virus? This is clearly the policy priority for President-elect Biden.
Yeah, President-elect Biden is making the coronavirus and the task force, which we think he'll announce later today, his first order of business. Although, stating the obvious, with inauguration on January 20th, it's difficult to see how much he'll get done between now and then. We do have some names from the campaign that we're expecting, starting with former Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. He was Surgeon General under Obama for 2 years. We also know that former FDA Commissioner David Kessler is on the shortlist for co-chair as well. Beyond that, Biden's plan has really been based around testing, tracing, and mask wearing. But sources have told us that representatives from Biden's team have met with pharmaceutical industry executives to discuss Operation Warp Speed. As you know, Anna, Operation Warp Speed is centered around America's development plan for a vaccine. So maybe we'll hear some more about how President-elect Biden sees a vaccine later today. Beyond that, what we don't know is how the current administration and its task force will give access to President-elect Biden. The General Services Administration has not yet recognized Biden as President-elect. That's significant because until the GSA does that, Biden and his team cannot access federal funding to help with the transition, and they cannot access data or resources from federal agencies. We know that Biden and his team also are going to reach out to members of Congress on both sides to talk about a further stimulus bill as well.
And let's have a moment to think about Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and what impact she could have over the next 4 years. I mean, her appointment represents a number of firsts, as has been talked a lot about over the weekend. What impact do we expect her to have?
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus on Kamala Harris here in the Bay Area because she is from the Bay Area. She's one of her own. She was born in Oakland, less than a mile from where I'm sitting, over the Bay. As you said, a number of firsts: the first black vice president, the first woman vice president, the first Asian American vice president, the first vice president who is a child of immigrants. You know, she has a storied career as a litigator. She was district attorney. She was attorney general of California. I know that Democrats that I've spoken to hope that she will invigorate a supporter base. The Democrats have long relied on black women voters as a base of support, but their hope has always been that that would translate to more real representation in government. And as you and I have discussed, Anna, over the last few days, the Senate is also going to be a crucial thing to watch in the coming months. As it stands, the Republicans have a slight advantage in the Senate. There are 2 runoff races in Georgia that could tie things up. If it is just a dead rubber in the Senate, then the vice president, of course, will have the tie-breaking vote. And so you could see Kamala Harris play a pretty critical role in policy going forward.
Thanks very much, Ed. Bloomberg reporter Ed Ludlow joining us there from California. Let's just show you where we are on these markets then. European equity markets getting out of the gate strongly, and as a result, the MSCI All-Country World Index reaches an intraday record high, a record high for the MSCI All-Country World Index. That is the impact that we're seeing from the first full day of trading, fully knowledgeable, if you like, about President-elect Biden. Let's get a market perspective on this. Bob Parker, Quilvest Wealth Management Investment Committee member, joins us now. Bob, really good to speak to you this morning then. So the first day where we can fully price in, it would seem, at least part of the Biden story. How far can risk assets rally, do you think, on President-elect Biden?
Well, don't be surprised if we have a market pause over the next few weeks. But, you know, having said that, as we go into year end and the beginning of 2021, I think we've got, a number of positive factors. First of all, monetary policy stays exceptionally easy, really across all economies. Secondly, in most economies, we see further fiscal easing. And one thing, obviously, that investors are going to be watching is to what extent we get a further fiscal package from the United States. And obviously, one risk factor is that might be delayed as we go into January. Don't expect anything immediately in November or December. I think the other factor, obviously, is that investors are watching very closely what's happening on the coronavirus. And there, if one looks at Europe and the States and other economies such as India and to some extent Brazil, the numbers at the moment look bad. But as we go into year end and the beginning of next year, I think there's a reasonable probability, and investors are assuming that there will be vaccines which will be successfully developed and made available. So all of those factors I think means that if we take a sort of 2 to 3 months of Europe and the States, then I think markets will move higher. Having said that, we've obviously had a very good week, and we could end up with a short market pause over the coming weeks because, let's face it, I think for the rest of November and December, there is probably going to be quite a fraught political tension between the Democrats and the Republicans and an outgoing Trump administration.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look for that. What does this mean? What does a presidency for Joe Biden mean for the energy sector, Bob? I was interested to see oil prices behaving quite unlike other risk assets for some of last week. Some of that is a dollar effect, of course, but we saw oil prices really coming off last Friday and now back up again, up 2.4% on Brent this morning at 40.41. What kind of policy can the Biden administration, what kind of change can they affect on the energy industry?
Well, the Democrat policy on the U.S. energy industry, I think, was very clear indeed, which is that they wanted to increase regulation and push back the development of the shale industry. And conversely, they wanted to push assets and significant state or government assets into alternative energy, whether it be solar, wind, or hydro. So that was the clear policy. Now, investors, as at today, are assuming that we have clarity on the extent of Biden's victory in the Electoral College. But the general assumption amongst investors is that the Republicans will still have a, albeit small, majority in the Senate. And consequently, I think it's not surprising that we have seen energy assets supported, because the expectation now is that increased regulation on the shale industry will either happen very slowly or there will be pushback from a Republican Senate.
What about Asian currencies and Asian equity markets? You talk in your notes, Bob, about having some conviction there. Is that because you see a general increase in risk appetite good for global assets? Or is this because you think life might be a little more predictable under a Biden administration? What is it that pushes you in that direction?
Well, we've taken a positive view on Asian currencies and Asian assets over the last 2 to 3 months. And during that period, we've seen, for example, the Chinese renminbi appreciate from around sort of 7.15 to the US dollar to where we are today, close to 6.60 to the US dollar. And we've seen a number of the other Asian currencies, such as the Korean won and the Taiwan dollar, move up in tandem, with the Chinese renminbi. I would also say, just let's focus on the yen, because the yen obviously has broken through what was its previous historic trading range around sort of 105, 107, and we're about to sort of test 103. So it really is Asian currency appreciation across the board. And I think a number of factors there. First factor is that investors have, I think, a degree of comfort that the coronavirus is being curtailed in the economies. And the data, I think, is very clear in terms of new cases and fatalities, which are very low across the whole region. The one exception, obviously, is India. I think the second factor is that Asian growth figures, whether it be manufacturing activity, whether it be export numbers, and more recently, the improvement in the consumer sector. But we have had, for Asia as a region, an uptrend in economic growth, demand and activity really since April. And the laggards there obviously have been sort of Japan and until recently India, but there more recently I think the numbers are starting to improve again. Associated with that is capital flows from Europe and the States into Asian markets.
Okay, Bob, thanks very much. Stay with us. Bob Parker, Quilvest Wealth Management's Investment Committee member, giving us his thoughts on Asian equities, Asian currencies, how they respond to US politics and, importantly, the fight against COVID-19. We'll get back to that theme next. The pandemic shows no signs of slowing down globally as global virus cases pass 50 million, even if Asia has had much more success with this. We discuss the market implications of that next. This is Bloomberg.
huge sigh of relief, I think, by the nation that, we've come through a difficult period, but most importantly, that the American people have spoken. And that's what our democracy is all about.
The president has every right to challenge. He has every right to ensure that the votes were counted correctly. But once that decision has been made, and once there are too many votes that have been cast, that have been counted for him to catch up, then it becomes the responsibility to accept the result and to move on.
The very first thing that the President Biden ought to do is to wrap his arms around this pandemic. This pandemic has exposed a lot of fault lines in our system. It's not just the virus. It is what this virus's impact has been.
The first order of business for 2021 should really be an investment in infrastructure, not just roads and bridges and transit, but also broadband. We've learned through this pandemic how important it is for businesses and families to be connected.
The president-elect is going to come in facing a horrible COVID situation and an economy that is slowing down. He will have a divided government, if not a divided country. And most likely, and I hope that doesn't happen, he will have a complicated transfer of power.
A number of guests there speaking to Bloomberg TV after Joe Biden was declared president-elect of the United States over the weekend, giving us their thoughts on the transition of power and indeed the fight against the virus. Here's how markets are reacting then. A new all-time high on the MSCI World Index. Let's just show you that. MSCI All-Country World Index up 0.6%, an intraday high for that index. Stocks Europe 600, so the European equity market is up by 1.4% this hour. We do see dollar weakness, so a continuation of the trades that we saw at the latter part of last week with dollar weakness and appetite for risk assets. We also see dollar weakness and lira strength, and a lot of this has to do with some domestic politics in Turkey. The moves not as big as they were, but still worth a mention. Speculation that higher interest rates could come after the resignation of the economy czar and dismissal of the central bank chief. More on that in a few minutes' time on the program. First, though, turning our attention to the first item on the agenda for Joe Biden as president. The coronavirus pandemic shows no signs of slowing down. Worldwide confirmed cases have surpassed 50 million, but the numbers are thought to be higher because of insufficient testing in many countries. Europe, with more than 12.5 million cases, is again a hotspot after being the first epicenter of the pandemic earlier this year. Bob Parker, Quilvest Wealth Management Investment Committee member, is still with us. We've talked a bit about the success of Asia in tackling this virus, Bob, or many parts of it at least. I wonder if, broadly speaking, when you look at the global economy, do you think that the global economy can continue to recover from lockdown 1 through lockdown 2, or do you think we risk a double dip here?
I think you've got a very interesting divergence in the data between America and Europe. And if we look at recent data in the States, we've had a strong ISM number. The manufacturing PMI has held up, and actually, surprisingly, the service sector PMI has held up. That might have some effect because of the presidential election and the impact that's had on the American service sector. In contrast, in Europe, the manufacturing numbers still look strong, and particularly if you look at the German PMI, the German data in the IFO index, certainly the current conditions index remains robust. And if we look really across the Eurozone, most of the manufacturing PMIs are still well above 50. Now, in contrast, and I would argue this is highly correlated with the restrictions that we've got at the moment on service sector activity due to the coronavirus, the service sector PMIs are weak, and that is particularly the case in France and Spain, where the outbreak of the coronavirus has been much more problematic than in other countries. So, in terms of where we go from here, there is a consensus that fourth quarter growth in the Eurozone could be negative quarter on quarter. I think I would actually challenge that consensus. I think it's a little bit too pessimistic, given that the manufacturing numbers are holding up. And the restrictions that we're seeing from governments, I think there is a focus to try and maintain good manufacturing data, but accept the fact that sectors such as leisure, such as hospitality, inevitably are going to take a hit. If you look at what all of that means for policy, I think there is going to be intense pressure on the ECB to take further easing action at its December meeting. There is a... Sorry, please.
Yes, and so what does that mean for the euro? That takes us nicely on to my next question, Bob, which was going to be about where the euro goes, because it seems speculators are still long the single currency, but their conviction seems to be waning. So we've seen them continue to cut their bullish euro bets for the 6th consecutive week. Does that tell us something about the fight against the virus and indeed positioning around the ECB, or is it just a dollar story, in fact?
Well, there obviously remains a high correlation between a weak dollar and strong global equity markets. I don't see that correlation changing. The argument for cutting euro exposure, it relies really on that yield spread between 10-year bunds and 10-year treasuries. So, that spread is now over 140 basis points with, 10-year bund yields, still at sort of minus 60 basis points, minus 65 basis points. So, the case for constraining any strength in the euro is based on that yield differential. Having said that, as we go into 2021, I do think that we're going to see a change in the underperformance of European equity markets. The consensus, which I think is probably right, is that in 2021, European corporate earnings growth could be well above 40%, and growth boosted by expansionary monetary and fiscal policies could actually outperform the States. So I do think we probably see, the euro is not going to appreciate rapidly, and the ECB certainly wouldn't want that. But as we go into January of 2021, assume a euro in a range of 120 to 125. And I think the probability of the euro breaking down below 115 now is a very low probability.
Bob, thanks so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it. Have a good week. Bob Parker, Quilvest Wealth Management Investment Committee member. And in fact, I'll be catching up with Bob a little bit later on. He'll be joining me in conversation on Bloomberg Radio at 9 a.m. UK time. Let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash, all the top corporate stories this morning. Here's Laura Wright.
Anna, Societe Generale plans to cut 640 jobs, mostly at the investment bank, as part of a broader cost-saving plan for the French lender. It comes after SocGen bounced back from its worst performance in a decade, reporting better than expected profit in the third quarter. Shipmaker Infineon is cutting its dividend due to COVID-19. It's warning of the serious economic impact and the ongoing risks of the pandemic. That's despite the firm posting better fourth quarter profit than expected. Infineon also says its integration of Cyprus Semi remains on track. UK home builder Taylor Wimpey is forecasting better profit in 2021 than expected. That's amid a robust assessment of the UK housing market. It says it's made good progress in the second half of the year. Strong indicators give it confidence next year's operating profit will be materially above current expectations. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna.
Thanks very much, Laura Wright here in London. A quick market check for you, 21 minutes into the European equity trading session. MSCI World All-Country Index pushed to an intraday high today by the risk-on mood driven by the Biden bump, which we continue to see European stocks move to the upside. The dollar is weaker. The dollar is weaker overall. Also an interesting focus on the Turkish lira. We'll get more details on that in a couple of minutes' time, because coming up on the programme, a chaotic weekend in Turkey after the nation's finance minister unexpectedly resigned just a day after the central bank governor was fired. We'll get the latest on that story next. This is Bloomberg. fact, the European market opened 24 minutes into a European equity session that it has continued really where Friday's session left off in terms of risk appetite, now with the added confirmation of President-elect Biden. So European stocks move to the upside. Nasdaq futures continue to move higher. The MSCI All-Country World Index at a new intraday high. A chaotic weekend, though, in Turkey. President Erdogan's son-in-law, the nation's finance minister, unexpectedly resigned just a day after the central bank governor was fired. The lira jumped today on speculation a rate hike could be coming. Bloomberg's Simin Demirkan joins us now from Istanbul. Simin, walk us through the weekend's events and tell us what they mean.
Anna, it was a weekend of twists and turns. First, on Saturday, President Erdogan fired the central bank governor, Murat Uysal. A series of rate hikes by him failed to stabilize the lira. It's currently down 30% against the dollar so far this year. Naci Ağbal has now replaced him. He was the former finance minister, and he is considered to be market-friendly and a technocrat. But of course, investors expecting a decisive rate hike. Then, some 36 hours later, came the biggest shock of all. Turkey's finance minister and President Erdogan's son-in-law announced that he was stepping down on Instagram, citing health reasons. This caused absolute chaos amid speculation whether his account was actually hacked. But then Bloomberg learned that the resignation was actually true. Now the question remains, will President Erdogan accept his resignation? And if so, who will replace him?
Simin, thank you very much. Thanks for the update. So important personnel changes, some drama in Turkey and some impact on the currency. Up next, warm words from Europe. The region's leaders congratulate Joe Biden on his election victory. We'll get live to Brussels. We'll recap what we've heard from European leaders. Think about global relationships under President Biden, as he will be by January. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open, 30 minutes into the European equity trading session. And broadly, we are higher across European equity markets, across risk assets, including commodities as well, or certainly including oil prices. So the Stoxx 600 here in Europe up by 1.4%. The first full day of confidently factoring in President-elect Biden. The market certainly trading around that theme this morning. We see the dollar, back to dollar weakness has been the narrative, but actually the dollar index itself fairly flat this morning after the weakness that we saw last week. Let's get to some lines coming out of Russia. The Russian president appointing new deputy prime ministers. We understand he's going to have a number of deputy prime ministers this time around. The Russian prime minister proposing ex-energy minister Novak as deputy PM. So just to correct myself there, this is the Russian prime minister, not the president, proposing ex-energy minister Novak as deputy PM, and some other moves coming through in Russia. So we'll keep an eye on Russian assets as a result. Let's get a Bloomberg First Word News update. Here's Laura Wright.
Thanks, Anna. Joe Biden is preparing his transition team and a new plan to curb the coronavirus pandemic. That's despite President Trump refusing to concede the election and threatening legal challenges. Biden is expected to announce his pandemic task force later today. He's also reaching out to Democrats and Republicans in Congress to discuss a new stimulus package. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is giving America a number of firsts. She's the first woman, the first black person, and the first Indian American in the role. Her husband, Douglas Emhoff, will also be the first man and the first Jewish person to be spouse to a president or vice president.
But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last. Because every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities. And to the children of our country, regardless of your gender, our country has sent you a clear message.
In Thailand, riot police fired water cannons to disperse anti-government protesters trying to approach the royal palace in Bangkok. Demonstrators wanted to submit petitions calling on the king to accept changes to the monarchy's power. Medical services say 2 people and 1 officer were injured. Protesters abandoned the march after police action. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Anna.
Laura, thank you. Laura Wright here in London with your First Word News update. European leaders, including Angela Merkel and Emmanuel Macron, have congratulated Joe Biden on his election victory. They'll be hoping to rebuild relations with the United States, which have been strained under Donald Trump's presidency. Joining us now from Brussels is Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo. So what has the view then from Europe been over the weekend, Maria?
Well, Anna, I would say there's a short-term view and there's a long-term view. If you look at the short-term, it's clear that on Saturday there was a sense of relief where all the European leaders at the same time came out and congratulated the president-elect. There's this idea that we're going to see a return to traditional politics, no more politics by tweets, no more tariffs as negotiating tools. But over the long-term picture, something has changed when it comes to the European Union. You know, the legacy perhaps of President Trump is this idea that Europe needs to become much more self-reliant. There is this phrase, this line that we hear time after time in Brussels, strategic autonomy. Europe has got to be a much bigger voice on the global picture. So I would say, of course, there's relief. There is a real push to rekindle that transatlantic relationship, but also Europe pushing for its own agenda. There's issues where the two could work together very clearly, but also there's other issues that they point to, such as China, tax technology, tax reform when it comes to big American tech, where it could get problematic. And today we've seen again trade back at the forefront. There's a number of disputes that will have to be settled between the two of them. The Europeans hoping that they can get done without tariffs. But of course, that trade tension to some extent continues.
Yes, indeed. And the other thing that continues is Brexit negotiations, or the trade deal post-Brexit, of course, set to come into place or not on January the 1st of next year. And given what we've heard from the Biden camp about Brexit, about the Good Friday Agreement, about the UK's internal markets bill, it does raise questions about how Biden-proof the UK's Brexit strategy is. What's the expectation there?
Yes, and look, Anna, in theory, the two are separate, but of course the context really matters. And as you pointed out, the Biden camp has had a very different tone when it comes to Brexit. President Trump made it obvious that he was a fan of Brexit, that he believed Brexit was a good thing for the United Kingdom, and he repeated time and time and again that the UK would get a big, fast, quick trade deal with the United States. With the Biden camp, we've heard repeatedly that the Irish has got to be respected, that international law does matter, and that the Good Friday Agreement has got to be respected too. So for the Europeans, if anything, this increases the pressure on the Prime Minister to cut a deal in the next few weeks. I would say it's remarkable just how much the tone coming from the UK has shifted over the past few weeks, where the Prime Minister went from saying the European Union is not negotiating in good faith to yesterday and over the weekend pointing that he does want a good trade deal with the EU and that he believes is the best outcome out of the two. Again, whether this is just happening by coincidence, I guess remains to be seen.
Maria, thanks very much. Maria Tadeo joining us there from Brussels. Let's continue to explore the international implications of President Biden, and from European reaction then to the US election to China. Beijing's official reaction to Biden's win has so far been muted, with no public congratulations from President Xi Jinping. China has said this morning it has noted Biden declared victory. Joining us now is Diana Choi-Laver, Enodo Economics chief economist and frequent guest on the program, commenting on Chinese matters. Diana, very good to speak to you. So what do you think Beijing is thinking at this point as they watch the developments over the weekend?
Actually, the first thing that's on Xi Jinping's mind is which administration or under which US administration will it be easier for China to unify with Taiwan? I know it's an unusual place to start, but that is front and center of his mind. Xi is someone who sees himself as a man of history, and he wants to be the one who unifies China. So the major decision, the most important decision of his time at the helm of China, which after the plenum looks like he's putting the groundwork to ensure that he'll be there just about until 2035, given his age, is how can he unify with Taiwan? It's clear that it would be with military means, given the developments in Taiwan. So he has to assess the risk of under which administration is it better to act, the Biden one for the next 4 years or whoever comes next.
Diana, this is interesting. So if that is his overriding ambition, what do we know about the Biden team and their stance on this matter so far?
Well, what's interesting is that, of course, under a Biden presidency, America will be a lot more ideological. It will pay much more attention to human rights. And from that perspective, this great decoupling, which is the all-encompassing geopolitical confrontation between America and China, is set to deepen because it is ultimately an ideological confrontation, two different models, viewpoints in terms of the economy and politics. What's not clear is if this administration will have, and that's the risk assessment that she will need to make, whether they will come to Taiwan's rescue or not. America has kept sort of an ambiguous position on that front, even though the latest arms sales suggest that they're pretty committed. And actually, they by themselves are also putting another, if you'd like, deadline on when all this could be feasibly achieved.
So if you think that Taiwan is the area we should focus on, Diana, in terms of the possibility for a flashpoint, perhaps even a military flashpoint then, between the US and China, what role does tech play here? Because we spent a lot of the last 4 years talking about trade and all the other areas where China and the US have not been on the same page. But tech seems to have the potential to be an enduring point of difference, tech and data.
Absolutely. I mean, ultimately, it's all about the tech war, because whoever becomes the leader in new technologies in the future will be the global hegemon. And here, a Biden victory actually gives America I'd say, a bigger chance of being able to compete effectively with China under the communist regime, because China under the communist regime is not going away anytime soon. And in new technologies, what matters in some ways is simplistic. It's the amount of data and the computer power to crunch it. And the US under Trump was very isolationist and ultimately, over the long term, cutting itself from the sources of innovation, if you'd like. First of all, if the US works more effectively and pointedly on this front, in particular with Europe, they will have the scale of data to be able to compete more effectively with China. And of course, the free exchange of ideas and people, which is so important in innovation. But to a certain extent, less important now when China has this edge in terms of scale and computing power and money thrown top down at this sector.
Diana, thanks very much. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Diana Troileva, Inodo Economics Chief Economist. Thanks very much for bringing us your thoughts. 8:41 in London, 9:41 in Paris or Berlin. Mutations in coronavirus have triggered culls of all 17 million farmed mink in Denmark. This as global cases hit 50 million of COVID-19. More on this next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open, 44 minutes into our trading session. European markets still moving strongly to the upside, up by 1.5%, as is the case with NASDAQ futures. The Bloomberg Dollar Index actually fairly flat this hour, unwinding some of the earlier dollar weakness that we saw. But dollar weakness certainly was the trade at the end of last week. Let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash. Here's Laura Wright.
Thanks, Anna. Ant Group's stalled IPO could cut its value by as much as $140 billion, or about 50%. That's according to new analysis from Morningstar and others. They say new regulations could force the fintech giant to raise more capital to back lending and seek new licenses. It may mean Ant is worth less than it was 2 years ago when it raised cash from Silver Lake and other big funds. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway looks to have found its latest mega deal, buying back its own stock. It spent $16 billion scooping up the shares in the first 9 months of the year. That's triple its previous annual record and more than it spent on Occidental's financing deal, or more than it spent in a single year on Apple stock. Societe Generale plans to cut 640 jobs, mostly at the investment bank. It's part of a broader cost-saving plan for the French lender. It comes after SocGen bounced back from its worst performance in a decade, reporting better than expected profit in the third quarter. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna.
Laura, thanks very much. Laura Wright in London with your Business Flash. Let's turn to the first item of the agenda for Joe Biden as president. The coronavirus pandemic shows no signs of slowing down. Worldwide confirmed cases have surpassed 50 million, despite successful efforts in parts of Asia to tackle it. But the numbers are thought to be higher because of insufficient testing in many countries. Europe, with more than 12.5 million cases, is again a hotspot after being the first epicenter of the pandemic earlier this year. Joining us now is Sam Fazeli, Director of Research at Bloomberg Intelligence. Sam, good morning. So how are European governments reacting to the latest figures? Lockdown Mark 2, not quite the same yet as Lockdown Mark 1. What kind of reaction have we seen?
Yeah, good morning, Anna. So obviously people are fed up with being told to stay at home and not move around. So the reaction in general is not a particularly positive one. But I think if you look at the case of Belgium, where case positivity and cases were just rapidly rising in a straight line, almost upwards, and they've really quickly turned it around. It does show you that if people comply with this, and it is literally, yes, of course, the winter is a problem and all that, but it is people interacting that causes this virus or gives it an opportunity to jump around. So I'm optimistic that these lockdowns can help significantly reduce the case spread.
And what do we know about what's going on in Denmark, Sam? Because this sort of sub-story seems to have crept up on us in a quite scary fashion. Talk now about a cull targeting about 17 million mink in Denmark. The Danish government does not yet have the political backing to go ahead with this. But from a human perspective, what is the significance of this mutation being discovered?
Yeah, so, I mean, basically, it's the same kind of story as happened in China at the beginning of the year. Animals, when they are kept in high concentration and high density, obviously, just like humans, have a much higher probability and propensity to pass the virus to each other. And, 17 million, that's more than the cases in Europe. So the opportunity for the virus to do all kinds of stuff like mutate, etc., is much higher when it's allowed to rampage through a colony like that. And that's the thing also with humans. We have to limit it, because as we pass it on from each other to each other, you increase the rate of mutation in the virus, and that causes potential headaches for the future of vaccines and therapeutics.
Sam, thanks so much. Sam Fazeli, Director of Research at Bloomberg Intelligence, taking us through the latest on the Danish story. Another check of the markets for you. MSCI World All-Share Index on an intraday basis touching a new all-time high today, such as the optimism in markets, such as the relief in markets, at least of having passed the agenda item that was the US election. Stocks in Europe to the upside, up by 1.5%. The euro fairly flat now against the dollar. We previously saw some dollar weakness as part of the story. Now we're fairly flat on the dollar, on the euro, on the pound, as we wait for new triggers, perhaps new developments on the virus fight. NYMEX crude, interesting to watch. Big sell-off on Friday and now a rebound up by 2% or so. Coming up, how high can Biden euphoria then take equities? We'll put that question to Market Live's Eddie van der Veld. He joins us next. This is Bloomberg.
markets will probably judge this, that this is no longer a contested election, that the delay even of the election result is not there either.
It feels like what's happened is that investors have tried to gain exposure to Chinese markets rapidly, and they've chosen to gain that exposure through the big cap consensus names. So yes, it does feel like a very strong euphoric rally.
I think there is a genuine belief that the equity risk premium being attached to markets which were US-centric or US-connected has actually gone down.
Biden will be a little more nuanced about this, but his room for maneuver is limited because the Washington Republicans, Democrats, business community are fairly united around the fact that the United States has to do something about China, and it needs to be tough.
I think that there'll still be some focus on the deficit between the US and China, the trade deficit, but renewing the trade war is unlikely, I think, at this stage, which is generally positive for equity markets.
Looking more broadly, we think more conciliatory relationship with other countries. You know, there will be less rhetoric about these trade balances. And so generally, we think of it as a net positive for Asia.
So risk assets only became more enamoured with projected President-elect Joe Biden in Asian trading. So the Bloomberg Markets Live team is asking, how far can that rally go? Let's discuss now with Eddie van der Valdt, Markets Live editor. Eddie, good to speak to you. So how high can this Biden bump, this Biden euphoria push equities, do you think?
Good morning, Anna. Yes, I think that's definitely the consensus view, is that we see, this tremendous risk-on move on the back of a Biden rally. I'm not so sure, though. I think we've already seen a lot of optimism priced in prior to the elections. There is still a lot of uncertainty. And I think what happens now is people come out of the election and start talking, what is he going to do to curb the coronavirus? How is he going to get things moving again? And I think that just puts a downbeat tone on things. So I wouldn't be surprised if we are not very far, we are close to the top.
Do market participants, do you think, Eddie, know enough about how President Biden from January will tackle the coronavirus, what that will mean for the economy? A lot of this will be done at state level, continue to be done at state level as it has been, but we can expect big change from the top. But what do investors need to focus on in terms of his strategy?
Right. I think there's a lot of uncertainty about his strategy. That's certainly sure. What is definitely sure is that it is high on the agenda for him. He, in his first speech, even before he knew that he was going to be announced the winner, he had been talking about the coronavirus. So this is something that is really high on the agenda for him. And what we saw from the Trump years is whether or not the president of the United States, in fact, have the power to do things, the fact that he can shape the narrative, not just in America, but globally, gives him the power, to put pressure on states and enact certain policies that he might not otherwise be able to. So I think that power of coercion is big, and I think Biden is good at wielding it. So I think the markets, I think there's reason for caution here.
We're seeing some tough lockdown measures being reintroduced in parts of Europe. Maybe not as tough as the spring, but certainly not life as usual, life as normal. What do we read into the US winter on that front? Do you think a double-dip recession is possible for the US? And if so, is that at all priced in at this point, Eddie?
I think what you just said is, the double-dip recession is really shifting higher in people's consciousness at the moment. I think this is something that people are worried about. The US, though, it's interesting that what we've seen there so far, the US has been behind the curve in terms of resurgence in the coronavirus. In Europe, we have seen both cases and mortalities pick up. In the US, we've only seen cases pick up. Now, whether that changes as we go deeper into the winter remains to be seen. But I definitely think the narrative shift to double dip and to lockdown and to falling oil demand and all of those things, now that the election is slowly entering the rearview mirror.
Okay, thanks, Eddie. Eddie van der Walt, Markets Live editor. Lots to think about then in terms of how long the Biden bump lasts. Certainly it's in place today. We see MSCI World, this is the all-country world index, an intraday high for that particular index, so up around 0.5%. Stocks in Europe doing well then as a part of that narrative, up by 1.5%. The euro is actually fairly flat now. The dollar also fairly flat. We had seen some dollar weakness, a continuation of last week's theme, but now that seems to be fairly flat as we wait for the next twists and turns.
I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify, who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States.
President-elect Joe Biden urges Americans to put away divisions and promises swift action against the coronavirus. He'll unveil a pandemic task force today. The Biden bounce global stocks head for record highs amid optimism about the outlook under a new president and a divided Congress. And shake-up in Turkey, Erdogan's son-in-law quits as economy chief and the central bank governor is replaced overnight. The lira jumps on speculation higher rates could be on the way. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. It's certainly been a pretty eventful weekend. I'm Francine Lackley here in London. Tom Keane also joining me today to look at the next president. Tom, I'm also excited because you were way out front on the Turkish lira to talk about Turkey, to try and see what the path forward for investor is. But really, it's all about Joe Biden, what kind of economic team he'll put in place and his priorities over the next 100 days.
Well, America will be watching today, Francine, as the president-elect tries to figure out how to change the dialogue drug on COVID. The understory, and Francine, I can't emphasize how perfect the weather is across so much of the nation, and it obscures a massive increase in cases in the pandemic. Hospitalizations are not critical, but they're much higher. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same tension you're feeling in London, but Mr. Biden suggests he's going to address that this Monday.
Yeah, so it's different here because we've been in lockdown for about 5 to 6 days. We saw, a record number of cases across France and the UK earlier than in the US. I mean, the US numbers are absolutely staggering. I think it was 120,000 new cases just last week. So we look at that, but really we also look not only to the task force that Joe Biden will put in place, but also the market reaction. So let's get straight to the data, Tom. I think the market reaction is muted, if a little bit positive, because markets are looking at the Senate possibly being held by the Republicans, meaning that actually they'll have some of the benefits of a Joe Biden presidency without any of the things that concerned them, which was extra taxes and possible extra regulation. So global equities rallying to a record high amid optimism about the outlook of this presidency. The dollar extending some of the declines. Treasuries pretty much steady as well. Oil actually pairing some of the slide that we saw on Friday. I wanted to show you litmus test and some of the currencies that we're watching out for. That is euro dollar 118.73, yen, of course, 103.55 gives us a good indication of the risk mood on the markets. And then Turkish lira, Tom, you were way out front, surging today after the installment of a new central bank chief.
Really ugly late morning for lira, and then it's come back a little bit to 8.25. I would really underscore in the data check the lift in the equity markets. On a global basis, it's stunning. There's really been an international and small cap move over the last month. Right now, futures up 51 and the VIX under 25 is critical, 24.74. It'll be interesting to see how the VIX develops today. One other item I look at before we get to our esteemed guests is, yes, as Francine mentions, the dollar weakness. I'm looking at the euro-yen axis, which really shows stronger euro in a weaker yen. Euro strength has really been something. It has been an extraordinary number of hours for America. It was stunning to walk out and listen to Central Park and all of Manhattan as the announcement was made over the weekend, the rising triumph in a Manhattan where Mr. Biden took 84% of the vote. But some of that was seen nationwide, and yet it is a divided America. We are thrilled to start strong with Peter Truowitz. He is at the London School of Economics, director of their U.S. Center, and truly definitive out of Texas over the years and looking at our nation. Peter, an open question with such respect for your academics. What's a single thing you read about this weekend?
I sat and listened to Biden's speech. And I spent a lot of time thinking about it afterwards. I thought it was a terrific speech. He really rose to the occasion. Markers that are really quite important. I think, he's got some big challenges. One of them is to restore a sense of normalcy to the republic after 4 years of Trump's governing. A second is to rebuild the executive branch, which has been badly weakened by Trump's efforts to get rid of professional civil servants. And he has to begin to make good on many of those progressive policies that he ran on, that Biden ran on. And I thought the speech really laid that out. And I think he can make progress on all three of these, starting today with what you began with, the COVID task force, which he's going to announce to try to bring the pandemic under control in the United States.
Professor, how does he deal with COVID-19? How, if you look at the task force, sure, but do we need to see partial lockdowns in the U.S.? And, how will the economy take that?
Well, the fact of the matter is Joe Biden is president-elect. He's not president. And so what he can do is begin the planning for when he does take over on January 20th. But we have a ways to go here. And I think, really the ball remains in the Trump administration's court. And I think the great fear is that this is going to get much worse before Biden actually enters the White House and his task force can really take up, bring things up to speed. So that is frankly the reality, is we've got a president-elect in 70 some odd days before he takes over.
So, Peter, what will happen in the next 3 months of the Trump presidency, right? So he's a lame duck president. What can he actually do? Yeah. I mean, first, do we have any indication that he wants to derail Joe Biden? And if he does, what can he actually do? What does he have the power to do at this point?
He can pass a lot of executive orders that complicate matters for Joe Biden. Joe Biden is going to have to rely on executive orders himself if he ends up with a divided government, which is, looking likely with likely Republican control of the Senate. So he can complicate matters for Biden by passing more executive orders that Biden will feel compelled to undo. On a more positive note, there is an opportunity here for a stimulus package of some type, a COVID relief package of some type during the lame duck. McConnell has signaled this. It's probably going to be much less than what Nancy Pelosi has in mind in the House. But nevertheless, it's possible that something is put on Donald Trump's desk that he has to make a decision about whether or not he's going to veto it or support it. It's the smart move in a way for McConnell to do this during the lame duck, I think, because he's more likely to get something closer to what he wants than if he waits until Biden is actually firmly in place.
Mr. Trubowitz, I want to go to the numbers right now. I was thunderstruck to take the states under 1%. That is Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and the fourth one I can't remember right now, Wisconsin. And if Mr. Trump was to take the 4 states under 1%, he would have 1 electoral vote more than 270. He would have 270 electoral votes. I find that absolutely stunning. When does he concede?
That's a great question. And I obviously don't know the answer to this, but I...
Morning, everybody. As you can see, we still hold in position for euro at 118.819, and I am placing an order to sell this at 118.799. Okay.
Counts is essentially a waste of time. They rarely make a difference. The argument that the fix was in terms of mail ballots, it doesn't pass the smell test. I mean, the problem for Trump, Tom, is that many down ballot Republicans who were running for re-election did win. If the mail-in ballots didn't prevent other Republicans on the ballot from winning, why should Americans think the ballots explain Trump's defeat? So I think this is just a matter of time before he comes to terms with it. And there's one hard, cold fact. On January 20th, there's a new president. And that's just a reality. So one has to leave the White House and the other one comes in.
Peter, thanks so much. Peter Trubowitz, there, director of the U.S. Center at the London School of Economics. Now, coming up as the U.S. looks ahead to 2020 and a new president, what should investors expect from the global economy? Our interview with the OECD chief economist, Laurence Boone, that's coming up shortly. And this is Bloomberg.
Position closed for euro at 118.799.
is critically important that the markets stay open in this time, as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
The president sitting in the White House not acknowledging it, and I think there's lots of Republicans who are trying to feel their way around that.
Still afraid of it?
That's why, to me, I think it was so important early on to say to the president, if your basis for not conceding is that there was voter fraud, then show us.
One has to be careful in the choice of words. I think when you say that the election was corrupt or stolen or rigged, but that's unfortunately rhetoric that gets picked up by authoritarians around the world. And I think it also discourages confidence in our democratic process here at home.
Utah Senator there, Mitt Romney, and the former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie addressing claims by Donald Trump of widespread voter fraud. Now, Tom, of course, the focus is on Joe Biden, and this is largely exactly what we were expecting. So President Trump saying that there was election fraud, but actually the world and the Biden camp largely ignoring it. So Biden really now moving ahead, unveiling, we understand today, his transition team's coronavirus task force, and that's really a step forward into fulfilling his central campaign promise that he will make containing the pandemic his first priority, Tom. This is what he said very clearly and re-said on Saturday night. Yes, Tom.
Do not agree with this, and the Washington Post has a spectacular article this morning walking through the actual minutia of transition. In the GSA office, there is a bureaucrat who signs the actual document to begin transition. They haven't done that yet. They go back to the Obama transition, and they show that they signed the paper. They signed the paper, Francine, before Mr. Obama woke up the next morning. We are miles from that right now.
Yeah, Tom, but through Bloomberg reporting, and I've been following this very closely through our people on the ground who are really experts on this, and what they say very clearly is that Joe Biden is largely ignoring Trump's efforts at the moment. So we had a victory speech. There were questions if, they thought that the votes have to be recounted, and once they were recounted would make a significant difference if he did make a victory speech or not. So it does seem that in many ways, I understand there's a minutiae in the signing, but in many ways, Joe Biden is methodically really moving on with the work expected of a newly elected president, at least from the outside world, Tom. Then the minutiae we have to look into deeper, but this certainly is what we have at the moment. So we'll delve into this a lot more. We'll also get to Laurence Boone, chief economist at the OECD. That should be very shortly. We'll look at extra markets and, of course, data checks. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. It's another special coverage, of course, of the U.S. election. As we come to the end of it, it's in the new year, we get a new president. As the U.S. looks ahead to 2021, what will a Biden White House mean for trade and for the economy? Well, beyond the politics, when will global growth resume after the deepest recession in more than 70 years? Well, joining us from Paris this morning is Laurence Boone, chief economist at the OECD. Laurence, thank you so much for joining us. We understand that President Biden will focus, of course, as a number one priority on COVID. Then he will focus on climate change. If we see a president that's, fulfills his campaign pledges, but a Senate that remains Republican, what does it mean for your outlook for the U.S. economy?
Well, actually, I think what we have to look at is what are people looking for from the U.S. at this stage. And you mentioned COVID, and I think the first objective is for the U.S. to actually agree on a fiscal stimulus package. As you know, this had been pending for a while, and it's very necessary both to target the sectors which may be affected by lockdown, as the new administration may wish to restrict mobility to, flatten the epidemiological curve. And the second thing is this crisis does not need to spill over from a sector shock towards something that would be larger, because people would lose their job and they wouldn't have enough income to support their consumption. So the fiscal package is really the first thing on which there is high expectation. And then moving beyond, sorry.
No, Laurence, I was going to ask you, what kind of stimulus package figure do we need to see to put the U.S. economy on a better footing?
So you need, what one needs to see is a fiscal package that is large enough to offset the loss of income that may happen if there are some lockdown in some states or throughout the economy. So it's very difficult to give a number at this stage, but I would see two elements that are really, really crucial. One in the short term is to support the consumption of the lower income earner, those who have lost their jobs, because their consumption depends very much on this replacement revenue, and their consumption is what really makes a difference when we look at the outcome on GDP. So that's one thing. And the second thing is looking a little more medium term. There's been a lot of talk in the US for a very long time, for many administrations, about infrastructure. There is a huge need for maintenance and expansion on infrastructure, and that's one of the best stimulus package that you can do, and that lasts more than a month, and also help lift potential growth in the future.
Laurence Boone, Tom Keene in New York. Wonderful to have you with us this morning. Anil Gurria says no country has been spared, and that includes China, where maybe all this started as well. Right now, we see EM doing better. We see weaker dollar. We see the currencies of the Pacific Rim doing better. Is it a question of China uniquely and discreetly doing better, or can OECD say that all of the Pacific Rim may lead us out of this?
That's an excellent question, and I think I would distinguish between China and other Asian economies, and I'll go into little detail on this. It's true that China will likely be the only country with positive growth this year, partly because it was hurt in the first quarter, and then with a very, very strict lockdown managed to get out of this. Now, if we move a little away from China, and I think that's as important, we have a block of countries like Japan, like Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, Vietnam, who have managed really well the COVID crisis. That has to do with their past experience of SARS and MERS, but not only. They've been super efficient at actually breaking transmission channel of the virus, and therefore, allowing people to have as normal a life as possible. So they're doing well as well. Not only they have little death, but they have very good economic performance. And what the reason I'm saying that is I think we should not only look at China, but also the whole of Asia. There is this fragmentation that may lead to the Asian regions really leading the way with faster growth, with more acceleration of their digital technology, and leaving a little the West behind.
Lawrence, one final quick question as well. What's the vector right now? Is GDP declining with the lack of stimulus, the lack of coordination, or is there actually a nudge to the vector of growth higher?
I think the vector I would highlight is the massive uncertainty, not only because of the virus, but also because a number of countries have actually, not put in place a system for isolating people, testing, breaking the virus as efficient, as efficacious as we would have hoped during the summer, which is why they then, that and the winter make things complicated. But we must give, to address this, policy certainty. And that has to do with your question on fiscal policy. Governments must give as much visibility as possible to their constituency. That means, an employment package or or job retention scheme that are contingent on the state of the economy.
Lawrence Boone, thank you so much, Chief Economist of the OECD. The data this morning is really quite important. Futures in the U.S. up 54, starting stronger overnight and actually advancing through the Asia and London mornings. Futures up 54. The Dow tells a big story in 0.23 points, 24.63. It'll be really interesting to see if we get a 23 handle further into the trading session in America. The 10-year yield 0.81%, and we see dollar weakness giving way now to dollar flatness this morning. Francine?
Yeah, coming up, as investors position for a change in the White House, don't miss our exclusive interview with the BlackRock Vice Chair. He's Philip Hildebrand. He's also trying to get the job at the OECD, so we'll talk a little bit more about that. And of course, not only do we do a conversation on markets, but we really focus on Turkish lira, Tom. I know Onur Ant is on standby to give us a lowdown on a pretty busy weekend for President Erdogan of Turkey. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify. Who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States. Our work begins with getting COVID under control. We cannot repair the economy, restore our vitality, or relish life's most precious moments, hugging our grandchildren, our children, our birthdays, weddings, graduations, all the moments that matter most to us until we get it under control. I said at the outset, I wanted to represent this campaign to represent and look like America. We've done that. Now that's what I want the administration to look like and act like. For all those of you who voted for President Trump, I understand the disappointment tonight. I've lost a couple times myself, but now let's give each other a chance.
An important moment in American history, the president-elect speaking to the nation Saturday night with pickup trucks and automobiles spread out in front of him, everyone socially distanced. We proved there once again that most presidents can't dance. That was learned very carefully at the event. But it was remarkable to see across this nation of a greatly divided nation. Stephanie Baker has been a student of a divided America. She's truly expert in all the different financial calculations of the Trump administration and joins us now for wisdom on this electoral process. Stephanie, what will you look for from the Trump administration in the next 24 or 48 hours?
Well, one would expect him to give a concession speech, but all the indications are so far that he's not going to do that. On the contrary, he's pushing ahead with legal challenges in multiple states, trying to declare the election fraudulent, that it's been stolen from him. However, it looks clear that those legal challenges will not change the outcome of the election, that the lead that Joe Biden has in the states where they're challenging is too great to make up for any potential, ballots that were lodged, illegally, or a recount challenge that they mounted. It seems to me that there's going to be a standoff over the next several weeks.
If you think, Stephanie, of a unity president, and maybe the normalcy is the word that we'll see a lot from a President Biden, would you expect him to take Republicans in the cabinet and the lesser cabinet fold?
Well, I think it depends, actually, on the way Republicans behave over the next few weeks. And so far, you've seen, Mitch McConnell, for instance, the leader of the Republicans in the Senate, not congratulate him on his victory and back Trump in his, claims that there's been fraud. I think that's going to make it hard for Biden to try to reach out to Republicans and perhaps pick one or two in his cabinet as a sort of olive branch and a sign of bipartisanship. Even Lindsey Graham, who he has worked with for years in the Senate, has been, egging Trump on to challenge the vote in numerous states. So, I don't see that happening, but, the signals from Biden has been that he wants to end the fighting and the sort of, calling your political opponents enemies. So I think that the tone that Biden is striking is very much in that vein. But I think it really depends on how the next few weeks play out.
But Stephanie, is this a good strategy actually from the Republicans? Is this to try and position themselves as the bad loser or the losers that were cheated on in the next 4 years, or what's their end game? Do they actually think they can challenge and Trump remains president?
I think legally it's not a strategy that's going to work. I think it's a media strategy. It's a strategy designed to advance a narrative that they can push I think if Trump really wants to have a longer-term political future, he would, accept the results of the election and go out on a high note, positioning himself as the sort of kingmaker in the Republican Party going forward. He obviously does have huge support. He managed to get another 5 million people out to vote for him. So I think this actually just muddies the waters and weakens him going forward, because this is not going to change the outcome of the election. I mean, he's even, it appears, preventing the General Services Administration, which, certifies the winner and releases transition funds from doing that, which is really hobbling Biden's ability to push ahead with the transition, get security clearances, and all the things that need to be done, which is a huge job.
Stephanie, thank you so much. I know you also have a huge job ahead, so we'll check in back with you to understand exactly what the comings and goings at the White House will be. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here in London is Laura Wright. Hi, Laura.
Good morning, Francine. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is giving America a number of firsts. She's the first woman, the first black person, and the first Indian American in the role. Her husband, Douglas Emhoff, will also be the first man and the first Jewish person to be spoused to a president or vice president.
But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last. Because every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities. And to the children of our country, regardless of your gender, our country has sent you a clear message.
The pandemic is showing no signs of slowing, with worldwide cases hitting 50 million. Cases in the US have topped 100,000 for a fourth straight day. In Melbourne, residents are emerging from a 16-week lockdown after 10 days without new cases. In Thailand, riot police fired water cannons to disperse anti-government protesters trying to approach the royal palace in Bangkok. Demonstrators wanted to submit petitions calling on the king to accept changes to the monarchy's power. Medical services say 2 people and 1 officer were injured. Protesters abandoned the march after the police action. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Laura, thank you so much. Now let's get the latest on Turkey. A chaotic weekend, has seen the unexpected resignation of the country's finance and treasury ministry, citing unspecified health reasons. Now that came just a day after President Erdogan fired the country's central bank governor, possibly paving the way for a dramatic shift in Turkey's economic policy. Let's get more now with our Turkey Bureau Chief, Onur Ant. Onur, if you look at the whipsawing of the Turkish lira, today lira jumping on hopes of, something new in terms of rates after these departures. What's the way forward for the central bank?
Well, we're going to find out on November 19th. That's what the new governor, Naci Ağbal, said in not as many words in a statement earlier this morning. There were expectations for a possible emergency rates decision soon after his name was announced as a new central bank chief. But it looks like the central bank will stay pat until November 19th, when its scheduled meeting takes place. And it will make its decision on the rate path forward based on basically where the lira is and where market indicators are during that time.
Onur, describe the power of Mr. Erdogan now domestically. I mean, I get it's a foreign exchange crisis and people in suits and ties are upset. Okay, great. What's it mean for Turkey? Are they upset?
It's a difficult one to answer in a straight answer. Erdogan obviously is a powerful politician, but he did take a hit from rise in inflation and the spike in foreign exchange. Obviously, people on the street are not happy with it, even though Turkey is a highly dollarized economy with more than half its deposits, bank deposits, in foreign exchanges, foreign currencies. Now, having said that, I think over the last 5 to 6 years, everyone who bet against Erdogan has lost, either in an election or otherwise. Now the son-in-law's, the economy czar's resignation is a bit of an unexpected development, and we still think that Erdogan is sort of trying to handle the fallout from that, and we still have not heard from him. But surely he's going to do something that will tell people that he is still in charge and in control and is ready to shake up the economy and the management if need be. And this looks like the right time to do it.
I look on I guess, the moment for Turkey, and we can say it's idiosyncratic until it's not. How close are we to this unraveling where it affects the region and, for that matter, affects international economics?
All right, I think we've just have some technical difficulties, but it was great to get Onur's perspective. It wasn't Tom for once, but it was great to get his perspective on, of course, this lira rising, and we'll continue watching very closely any move or whispers from the Central Bank of Turkey. Now, coming up, our exclusive interview with the BlackRock Vice Chair, Philip Hildebrand. We'll talk, of course, about what a Biden administration would do for stocks and it would do for global growth. This is Bloomberg.
There's a huge sigh of relief, I think, by the nation that, we've come through a difficult period, but most importantly, that the American people have spoken. And that's what our democracy is all about.
The president has every right to challenge. He has every right to ensure that the votes were counted correctly. But once that decision has been made, and once there are too many votes that have been cast, that have been counted for him to catch up, then it becomes the responsibility to accept the result and to move on.
The very first thing that the President of Biden ought to do is to wrap his arms around this pandemic. This pandemic has exposed a lot of fault lines in our system. It's not just the virus. It is what this virus's impact has been.
The first order of business for 2021 should really be an investment in infrastructure, not just roads and bridges and transit, but also broadband. We've learned through this pandemic how important it is for businesses and families to be connected.
The president-elect is going to come in facing a horrible COVID situation and an economy that is slowing down. He will have a divided government, if not a divided country. And most likely, and I hope that doesn't happen, he will have a complicated transfer of power.
A number of guests there speaking to Bloomberg TV after Joe Biden was declared president-elect of the United States over the weekend. Well, we're delighted to be joined today by Philip Hildebrand, Vice Chair of BlackRock, also in the running to become Secretary General of the OECD. Philip, great to have you, especially on a big news day, because you bring perspective. What does the president-elect, Joe Biden, and then a Joe Biden administration actually mean for the world economy?
Well, I think, first of all, it means re-engaging from the United States, re-emphasizing international cooperation to the many challenges we face globally. So that's good news. I think that's the first reaction that you see in the market today. Initially, at least, I would expect that we see a sort of reinforcement of the existing trend that we've seen in the market for a while, hunt for yield and grow stocks. We will see then how things play out. Obviously, much depends on whether he has a united government or a divided government. We won't know most likely until January 5th. So there are open questions. But the initial impulse is certainly for the world to look forward to a United States that re-engages in a more systematic, more predictable way to tackle many of the severe problems we face globally.
If you look at some of the pledges that Joe Biden has put in place, Philip, what is his number one priority? What should it be? Is it dealing with COVID? But is there a danger that actually then that changes the trajectory of the U.S. economy?
One of the things I did this weekend, I went back to his initial speech when he launched the campaign. And what's quite remarkable, I think, about this campaign, in a way, it's perhaps unique in the history of campaigning, is just how consistent his message has been. He really has not changed. The soul of the nation was there at the very beginning. It was there at the very end of the acceptance speech yesterday. Climate change has been there at the very beginning. It's there today. Reinvigorating infrastructure. The nation is there in the beginning. It's there at the very end. So my position is we should take him by his word. He's going to attempt to do exactly what he's been saying in a very consistent way from the very beginning. Clearly, the first priority has to be to fight this growing pandemic. Let's not forget it is growing. You said it a minute ago, more than 100,000 cases a day. And that's clearly what he set out to do first. I would expect that we will see a coherent plan around climate change and, frankly, around infrastructure spending. That might get more difficult if there is a divided government. So we know that the market will have to deal with that. But I do think that the remarkable thing about this campaign and this victory is the consistency of the message from the very beginning right up to the acceptance speech last night.
Dr. Hildebrand, Tom Keene in New York, good morning to you. I want to go back to your public service to Switzerland and the Swiss National Bank. We're seeing dollar weakness. Most of the people today don't understand true dollar weakness off of Plaza and Louvre in the 1980s. How much dollar weakness can the president-elect stand? How much dollar weakness can Europe or China stand?
Look, I would say if you look at the overall challenge that President-elect Biden faces with his new government, it's pretty fair to say this is really difficult, right? I would argue that this is probably one of the most complex and urgent set of problems that any incoming president has faced in American history. What he doesn't have right now, which is a difference to 2008, is you don't have the market sort of breathing down your neck. There isn't an imminent problem in financial markets. But just about on every other level, he is facing a very, very complex set of challenges. And we need to be realistic about how difficult this will be. And of course, one of the elements of this, Tom, is a very high debt level. We're now looking at a huge debt level. So at some point, that becomes a constraining factor. I don't think that's imminent. I think he does have fiscal space. Whether he can use it politically, that's a different question. We won't have clarity in that until January. But I think certainly fiscal policy will continue to play an important role. And I think he does have leeway and can use that card and should use that card, notwithstanding some of the concerns around the dollar.
Let us recalibrate here on the percent of GDP that we're going to need in fiscal aid. Since we've talked to you, Philip, we've seen real deterioration and lockdowns of the United Kingdom, of the continent, and of course we're looking at the United States as well. Do we completely misjudge a 2 or 3% income substitution out of fiscal, or are we really going to be looking at 6 or dare I say 7% of GDP as the fiscal aid necessary?
I think so far the fiscal piece in conjunction with the monetary piece, let's not forget that, has been able to make up much of the income loss in a sense that we've seen. More is now required. Initially, my sense would be that he will probably be quite successful in activating a significant fiscal response to COVID itself, right? This is a growing pandemic. Everybody in the United States has an interest to tackle this. We do have quite good information on what you can do, looking at other countries' experience over the last year or so, including some of the most successful countries in Asia. I think that the challenge here will be, can he activate the full force of the U.S. government through fiscal policy to tackle some of the longer structural issues around labor market scarring and transforming the economy? And that remains an open question, and I think will depend greatly on where these outstanding Senate seats go ultimately in January.
Philip, we're just also getting some breaking news by Angela Merkel, who I think is addressing the Bundesbank. Certainly, she's speaking in Berlin there, saying that the U.S. and the EU should develop a common plan until 2030. And once again, she urges, I guess, both sides to not look at only the next 4 years in these transatlantic relations. Philip Hildebrand, if you were to, reset this European-American-U.S. relationship, what would it be based on?
Reinvigorating transatlantic cooperation clearly is key. It's key for the U.S., frankly, and it's certainly key from a European Union perspective. So she's absolutely right to make that point. I think the one place where you can really kind of rally around it specifically would be climate change. We now have, of the 4 major economic blocs, 3 of them have embraced and endorsed ambitious climate transition targets, 2050, or in the case of China, 2060 for net zero. I think if you were to see the U.S. joining that, the momentum that would trigger in terms of mobilizing private capital, notwithstanding some of the legislative difficulties the president like Biden might have, I think would be a very significant and very important signal to the world that the U.S. is back, and the U.S. is back in an engaging mode with the international community around some of the most urgent tasks that we face. And the 2 that I see in the short term, it's clearly the growing pandemic. Here, too, I think international cooperation, frankly, could be very important. We need to learn from each other. What has worked? What hasn't worked? Why would you not engage with other countries and learn from their experiences, learn from their mistakes, frankly, and learn from the things that have worked? And then longer term, I would put climate change out as the most obvious area where we desperately need the U.S. to re-engage.
Philip, thank you so much. Philip Hildebrand, their vice chair at BlackRock, stays with us. We'll continue watching, of course, the Angela Merkel speech right there in Berlin. I think it's on the CDU leadership, but she's also addressing, of course, the fact that Joe Biden is now president-elect. Coming up, also, don't miss our interview with the UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, the former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney. That interview just after 11:30 a.m. UK time. This is Bloomberg.
climate change is the defining issue of our time, so we've redefined how we cover it. With clear data and rigorous journalism, we rise to the scale of the challenge to reveal the breadth of possibility. We look at stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the greatest crisis of our generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last. Because every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities. And to the children of our country, regardless of your gender, our country has sent you a clear message.
She will hold court at #1 Observatory Circle, the great White House that is there, not the White House at Pennsylvania Avenue, but the wonderful Victorian White House at the Naval Observatory is where the Vice President hides out in Washington. It'll be interesting to see what she does. Futures up 50, Francine.
Yeah, the markets, Tom, are, I think, at a record high in many places, and this has maybe to do with the fact that they don't expect much change from the U.S., and this is something that, you know, a narrative that we were also speaking on Friday. Bloomberg surveillance continues in the next hour.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
President-elect Joe Biden urges Americans to put away divisions and promises swift action against coronavirus. He'll unveil a pandemic task force today. The Biden bounce. Global stocks head for record highs amid optimism about the outlook under a new president and a divided Congress. And a shakeup in Turkey. Erdogan's son-in-law quits as economy chief and central bank governor is replaced overnight. The lira jumps on speculation higher rates could be on the way. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special Election 2020 coverage. I'm Francine Lapp in London, Tom Keene in New York. Tom, really two stories in town. There's the move in lira, which has been really whipsawing around, certainly at the moment, Turkish lira strength. But then we look at the transition of Joe Biden, whether it will be smooth. And you were telling me about, of course, a Washington Post story saying that there's going to be many challenges. And, of course, this will be a different kind of transition for Joe Biden and his team. And we look at his policies and, of course, what he will put as priority in the next 100 days.
Well, the transition challenges are simple. He needs to get a single letter out of GSA, and as opposed to reports, that hasn't happened yet. But far more importantly, and I know Francine will deal with Greg Villiers on this in a moment, there's still 4 states with under a 1% count, and that's really what matters today around all the hoopla.
Yeah, it certainly does. We'll look at those, and of course, we'll bring you any kind of update that we have. Now, let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News in New York City. Here's Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Francine. Tom, Joe Biden is launching his transition effort while President Trump continues legal challenges over the election. News media declared Biden the winner of the presidential election on Saturday. The former vice president won or is leading in states that would give him more than the 270 electoral votes needed for victory. Meanwhile, the president has falsely claimed victory whilst alleging that there was widespread illegal voting. He hasn't offered any evidence. President-elect Joe Biden will take a first step towards fulfilling one of his biggest campaign promises. Today, he'll name a task force whose goal is to bring the coronavirus crisis under control. Biden has called for increased testing, funding for businesses and schools to reopen safely, and eventually a free vaccine. Germany is considering whether to mend transatlantic trade relations. Bloomberg has learned that Berlin may propose an approach that would see the European Union delay tariffs set to hit $4 billion of American goods this week. The tariffs have to do with the battle over illegal subsidies to both Boeing and Airbus. And negotiators for the European Union and the UK will resume trade talks in London. A British official says there will be a redoubling of efforts. Prime Minister Boris Johnson and EC President Ursula von der Leyen spoke Saturday to plot the way forward to a Brexit deal. They said there are still huge differences that need to be resolved. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Equities, bonds, currencies, commodities. The MSCI All-Country World Index out to a record high, an indication of the world's celebration of what's going on in America. U.S. futures up 51. Dow futures now up 400, maybe a high for the day, 28,609 on the Dow futures. I'm waiting to see what the VIX does. Right now set at 24.74. There was dollar weakness. Right now I'm going to call it dollar flatness. Yen 103.72. Francine.
Tom, it's very clear that there's this global rally sweeping across stock markets today, and if you look at gains, they're really stretching from commodities to emerging markets. Investors still pretty buoyant about this possible split in Congress, which could spell legislative deadlock, or maybe they're simply relieved that the election process has come to an end. I know there are legal challenges. I know there's a number of things we need to watch out for, though. Tom, if you look at treasuries, pretty much steady, but really Turkish lira surging the most since March 2019. It was quite a weekend also for Turkey, with the country's central bank governor being fired and then the economic tsar resigning.
It was over the weekend, Francine, a two-part America, a thundering silence and nervousness about recounts and legal maneuvers by the Trump team, and across this nation where there were Biden supporters, the celebration on that afternoon when AP announced 270 electoral votes was truly original in modern American history. And then there was the managing of the message. Here is the president-elect.
I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify. Who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States. Our work begins with getting COVID under control. We cannot repair the economy, restore our vitality, or relish life's most precious moments, hugging our grandchildren, our children, our birthdays, weddings, graduations, all the moments that matter most to us until we get it under control. I said at the outset, I wanted to represent this campaign to represent and look like America. We've done that. Now that's what I want the administration to look like and act like. For all those of you who voted for President Trump, I understand the disappointment tonight. I've lost a couple times myself, but now let's give each other a chance.
Mr. Biden of Delaware, right now joining us with AGF, Greg Valliere. We're thrilled that he could join us before he gets out the Monday morning AGF note, read widely to say the least. Greg, the president-elect doesn't know the difference between the red and the blue states. He's supposed to say that. I would suggest the gentleman from Kentucky can discern the red and blue states. How divided is this nation for Mitch McConnell?
It's very divided, and I would argue this morning, Tom, that the hangover now comes after the celebration, after the party over the weekend. A lot of things to be concerned about. I think there'll be the dominant story today may be the challenge coming from the Trump White House against this election.
Well, there may be a challenge as well. I did the calculation, Greg Valliere, the 4 states under 1%. If Mr. Trump took all of them, he'd get out, I believe, the 271 electoral votes and take the trophy. Do you consider that to be near impossible, or is there a tangible good outcome for Mr. Trump?
Maybe there's a 10% chance, Tom, that Trump could still win this election, a 90% chance that he won't. But I think this is going to be a very acrimonious period. Trump's supporters are convinced the election was stolen. I don't see any compelling evidence, but that's going to dominate the story this week, a week in which we have to start acting on the biggest story of all, and that is the COVID-19 outbreak is out of control.
But Greg, first of all, talk to me about how the Republicans are playing this. I mean, when you listen to what Mitch McConnell said, when you listen to others, they're sticking by President Trump so far. What's the strategy there?
It's the same thing, Francine, that we've seen for the last year or so. A handful of moderates, like Mitt Romney, are saying one thing, and then you've got conservatives like Lindsey Graham saying another. And I think the party is divided. I think they're not quite ready to throw in the towel yet. Maybe a week from now, people will be saying to the president, you know, it's time to go. But we're not there yet.
But Greg, is this going against the Republicans longer term? Like, if you're a Republican, you voted for President Trump, and you see him hanging on to power, not conceding gracefully, does it make you want to reelect Republicans, or does it put them off, put you off them?
Hard to say, but I would say this. There is evidence this morning in the Washington Post and elsewhere that perhaps the Trump administration will really try to impede any transition process for Joe Biden. This could make things very rocky as we head into December. We haven't passed a budget yet. We haven't got a stimulus bill yet. There's still a lot of stuff to be done before the holidays come.
What is the nature of the gridlock? And Greg, you know, within the blur of stuff, I think that's been underreported is Speaker Pelosi had a difficult election. Her gap in the House isn't that great. But why does that matter if all the Democrats vote for every Pelosi initiative?
Well, I think the party in the House is divided. You've already got progressives saying, hey, we played a major role in Biden's victory.
Did they?
Unclear. I would say, actually, Tom, you might make a case that they were an impediment. One of the reasons that Democrats didn't do well is that the rhetoric on stuff like Green New Deal was a little too exotic, a little too rich for a lot of voters.
Well, I'm going to steal this from you, Greg, all day. I love the idea of exotic here. How exotic can President-elect Biden be?
Well, he will be on the environment. One of the big stories over the weekend, Tom, is that the new regulations that are going to come right away on January 20th, January 21st, will undo all of the emissions controls that Trump softened. It's going to toughen everything up. So on regulations, there will definitely be a strong effort by Biden.
Greg, if you want a government of unity, and I don't know whether you call it that or, you know, something else given the Joe Biden speech on Saturday, what kind of, you know, cabinet, what kind of administration does he have to have? Who will he surround himself with?
It's going to have to be fairly moderate, and that gets to the issue of the progressives not being happy. I mean, I can't see Elizabeth Warren in this administration in a cabinet post. I can't see Bernie Sanders in a cabinet post. Biden is going to have to go to the center to get anything past Mitch McConnell. And I would say in the last 2 or 3 days, the biggest puzzle is Mitch McConnell. Which way is he going to go? He's not been talking very much.
Greg, if there's one thing that you'd be watching out for this week, what is it? Is it the Republicans? Is it some of the nominations? Like, what is the one thing that we'll find out in the next week, which, you know, could change the setting for the U.S.?
The only nomination this week probably will be White House Chief of Staff. I think the bigger story this week will start today. Are there really credible charges of any voter fraud, things like that? So far, what we've seen looks pretty frivolous, but if there are credible charges, this could diminish the clout of the new president. It could anger a lot of the Trump base, and that's not a good way to start an administration.
Greg Villiers, thank you so much for the early morning wisdom. He is with AGF, and of course, this note will be out shortly. We protect the copyright of all of our guests. Please get that through AGF. Coming up, Rick Lakai on this market. Futures up 52. Dow futures up 405. I'm looking for an entry point. Maybe Rick Lakai can help me. Rick Lakai, State Street Global Advisors on the market in this political moment. Please stay with us for our election 2020 coverage from London. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and in New York. Tom, of course, it's our special election coverage. We're on to day 4 as the markets are open. And, of course, we look and thank all of our wonderful guests for wisdom and perspective. Joining us now is Rick Lakai. He's State Street Global Advisors Global Chief Investment Officer. Rick, thank you for joining us today. When you look at the dynamics on the markets, they seem to be buoyed by the fact that actually it's steady as they go. They're not expecting any major changes with the new president-elect Joe Biden, especially if the Senate is still led by the Republicans. Is there anything that would make you think that the markets could be wrong?
Well, there's always a chance of surprises, but I think what you've seen is an enormous drop in the VIX. You've seen a big drop in the MOVE index. You've seen the left and the right tail in a way of the distribution go away, particularly with this need for consensus building within the US, because it's a divided government. I wouldn't use the word gridlock at this point. But that gives markets a sense that there'll be compromises made. The fiscal package won't be as big as many would like, but the focus on the pandemic and the longer term issues like climate and the lack of extraordinary geopolitical policy is probably the thing that markets really like. There's always a chance of surprise, though.
Rick, what does it mean for industries that you like or don't like? Or, if you look at regulation, if you look at extra taxation, what does it mean for example, big tech companies? Or there was a chance that they could be broken up or under more scrutiny. Has that chance now gone away?
I think that with tech, the chance is always going to be there. And I think, when you've got a little bit more of a multilateral approach to things like tax, competition between US, Europe, and elsewhere, then I think there's an ever-present threat for tech. But it's had to deal with that before, and I think it'll find ways of dealing with it effectively. I think in other areas of regulation, maybe it's affecting parts that are, in a sense, not that large in terms of the overall stock market now, particularly in the energy sector. But again, I think the market needs to recognize there's some drawbacks to regulation, but there's enormous benefits as well.
Rick Lacaille, we saw the red sticky come across at Bloomberg this morning. The idea of the MSCI, the all-in world index, going out to a record high. I did a fancy regression, Rick Lacaille, back 30 years, and we're a little bit elevated as well. But how rich is the world equity market right now? Is there room to move higher?
It's a little rich because of where long-term yields are. But you can't really answer that question by saying, well, if long-term yields were more normalized, would it be, time to sell equities? The fact is that we're going to have low real interest rates for time and a strong fiscal policy, and both are supportive of equities, despite the relatively rich valuations.
But it's a key, issue at State Street as well. This idea of the allocation domestic or even domestic Europe versus a more international allocation. Which is it?
Well, we like US equity market. We switched a little bit from large cap to small cap in the last few weeks. And we've got a little bit of a value bet, if you want to call it that, with overweight in emerging markets to some degree, and a tiny bit in Europe. They're the real value plays at the moment. So it's a barbell, effectively, where you've got high quality and you've got value in the same portfolio. And for the long time, we've had a little bit of gold as a hedge as well.
Rick, I was just looking at the Portuguese, 10-year yield and the Spanish 10-year yield, and they're ever lower. Sometimes, they're within a whisker or three whiskers, or actually going into negative territory. Is this week the week where they could go negative, and what does that mean for your appetite of European assets?
Well, what's happening in Europe? We've got the next stage of lockdowns. I think investors are concerned about whether the ECB will be aggressive enough and there'll be enough aggressive fiscal policy in the way that you might see, for example, in the US. If that's not aggressive enough in Europe, then I think investors will be concerned. But I think the chances are ECB is going to respond. And under Christine Lagarde, the signals have been very clear. And I think that's another thing that's going to drive yields down, even in the sort of lower quality areas like Greece and Portugal.
Rick, where do you see the biggest tension in Europe? Is it when you look at the lockdowns and when you look at frankly, in certain places, including the UK, so many politicians against lockdowns, which they think will actually hurt the economy longer term? Are we going to see a new wave of populism after this is over?
I think that people will get more effective in articulating that they would accept a little bit more risk. I think you're seeing that in a kind of haphazard way with people not paying much attention to lockdowns in some cases. And I guess that's not quite populism, but it's a sense that the balance might be tilting slightly towards accepting a little bit more risk in order to keep the economy alive.
Rick Lacaille, thank you so much for joining us here as this election story continues. Mr. Lacaille with State Street Global Advisors. Futures up 52, Dow futures up 401, waiting to get a good reading on the VIX, 24.75 right now. A timely moment to speak with Paul Romer at the Stern School of Business, New York University, the Nobel laureate, truly exceptional on American technological progress and our productivity. Look for Paul Romer in the 12 o'clock hour. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
So do you get tired of people calling you a jazz legend? Do you feel older when they say that to you?
Yeah, I like the word jazz. I don't like the legend.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
Give you a sense of the real-time action, the 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishika Gupta with your Bloomberg Business Flash. In Japan, SoftBank's Vision Fund posted a record $7.6 billion profit in the fiscal second quarter. Masayoshi Son's investment business was boosted by a recovery in some startup operations and a blockbuster IPO by a Chinese real estate startup. The Vision Fund is recovering from a record loss last year. China's decision to halt Ant Group's record IPO could be an expensive one for the fintech giant. According to estimates from Morningstar and other firms, new regulations could reduce Ant's valuation by up to $140 billion. That's roughly half of what it was before last week's action. Beijing wants Ant to raise more capital to support its lending. And Warren Buffett is going all in on his own stock. Berkshire Hathaway spent $16 billion buying back its stock in the first 9 months of 2020. That's more than triple its previous annual record. Buffett has been looking for a so-called elephant-sized deal to put huge sums of capital to work, but he hasn't been able to find large acquisitions in recent years. And that's your latest Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Let me go through the data right now, and it is a lift to the markets. We know that with the MSCI World Index out to a record high, about 2 hours ago. Futures up 51. Dow futures, they were up 400 moments ago. NASDAQ 100 puts on 1.8%, well out over 12,200. The VIX 24.74. I think that'll be a different statistic in the coming hours. Yields come in. The 10-year yield is in a good 2 basis points, 0.80%. There is some curve flattening. Dollar was weaker earlier, has a bit of a turnaround here. I'm going to call it dollar flat with the euro 118.75. I'm watching euro yen, which is giving me strong euro weak yen right now. Francine?
Yeah, Tom, I'm also looking yen just more as a litmus test, but of course euro yen is what the pros look at, so you're right in looking at that. Overall, stocks are jumping to an all-time high. Gains, I'm seeing gains in commodities. I'm looking at gains in emerging markets. I don't know whether there's a bit of a relief in the market that actually the election process has largely come to an end, or whether they just think that it's steady as they go because of a possible split in Congress. Certainly, I'm looking at a lot of the stress tests, turning green, and then the Turkish lira gaining on hopes of higher interest rate, Tom. And that's the other story that's completely unrelated to, of course, the U.S. stock market. The lira, the worst performer in emerging markets this year, is gaining as much as 4.1% against the dollar. So you can see at 8.1195 on Turkish lira. Now, coming up, we'll talk more about the election. We'll look at who Joe Biden, president-elect, could surround himself with Thomas Gift. He's UCL Director of Center on U.S. Politics. He's coming up shortly. We'll look at the transition. We'll look at the possible policies that a Biden administration could look at. This is Bloomberg.
it's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last. Because every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities. And to the children of our country, regardless of your gender, our country has sent you a clear message.
Senator Harris from California, she is the president-elect of the vice president-elect of the United States of America. Francine, what is so interesting about Ms. Harris taking over that position is with every vice president, there's a huge mystery of how they will fit into any given administration. This goes back forever, back 200 years, always. How does the vice president fit in?
Yeah, it was interesting in her speech, Tom, that actually she was saying that much like Joe Biden was a loyal vice president to Barack Obama, she wanted to do the same and support the president. But you're right, the dynamic is something that we'll need to watch out for. And also, this is a different vice president. I know there are many firsts with her and her family, and so you wonder if she'll take and shape this presidency a little bit more than other vice presidents, perhaps. Now, joining us now is Jeannie Zaino, political science professor at Iona College and Bloomberg contributor. Jeannie, thank you so much for joining us. It's really the Monday after the hangover of the Saturday night president-elect speech. No. What are you expecting this week, Jeannie? What is the focus that Joe Biden, president-elect, will start off with?
The focus this week, we know he said in his speech Saturday night, is going to be COVID and the economy, number one and number two, followed by racial injustice and then climate change. But really, we're going to be focused, or they are going to be focused on COVID and making the transition team work towards that goal. So we understand today we get more information on this COVID advisory group that they've put together. And we know already who some of the co-chairs of that are going to be. We'll be hearing more about the membership there. They have been advising, many of them, the vice president-elect during the campaign on the pandemic, and they are going to be put together in this group to continue advising him over the next 70 days as they work with the transition team for hopefully a smooth transition into office. Some of that depends on what happens with the General Services Administration and whether they in fact acknowledge that Vice President-elect Joe Biden is the Vice President Biden is the president-elect at this point, and we haven't heard that come. That is headed by a Trump appointee who has been reluctant, at least through this weekend, to acknowledge that Joe Biden is the president-elect. So we're waiting to hear that as well. We understand the Biden campaign is prepared to pressure for that if that's not forthcoming in the next couple days, because it does slow down his ability to gain access to important information about all the executive offices and departments that he will be controlling as president.
Jeannie, who does President, once he becomes president, Joe Biden, need to surround himself with? Who does he need to appoint in his administration to make sure that actually he unites the country and moves forward?
Well, we are hearing that, his transition is being headed by Ted Kaufman, and nobody is more prepared to do a transition. He wrote a law in terms of getting more money for transitions. He understands his process intimately. And I think one of the real changes we're facing here as we move from a Trump to a Biden administration is Joe Biden's years of service in Washington have given him access to and personal relationships with experts in so many areas. So we've heard already a number of different names, but I think the idea here is number one, expertise. He wants experts focusing on COVID, on the economy. He wants to listen to scientists. And then I think the other thing is we're also hearing that he may, we don't know who yet, but he may be reaching across the aisle for some of his cabinet appointments as well.
Jeannie, we got to get to January 20th. I saw one medical expert today not suggest, but try to frame out 100,000 more deaths before we get to the inauguration. He hedged that very, very carefully. What would you suggest we would see from Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, and others of the present administration?
Well, Joe Biden has said he had hoped that Dr. Fauci will stay with him as he becomes president on January 20th. I have not heard word yet from Dr. Fauci or his office whether that will happen. In terms of Dr. Birx, I have not heard whether she would stay with or if indeed Joe Biden would want her to stay with the administration. But I think one interesting thing to watch for is what does Joe Biden do between now and January 20th? This is a critical time in terms of the pandemic as we enter the winter. Numbers going up, as you've been reporting, across the world in the United States. The vice president, President-elect's hands are a little bit tied because he is not president, and there is some concern about what the Trump administration will or will not do as the United States faces this pandemic. So we're going to need to watch it, but I think it is a good step that we're getting this advisory group put together and announced today, and we should hear more about what they have in store by way of PPE, everything from that to testing to vaccine preparations. All of those things they are going to be tackling.
Jeannie, thank you so much for joining us way too early in the morning. Jeannie Zaino with us with Iona College and, of course, a Bloomberg contributor. Futures up 53, Dow futures up 411. There is a global equity rally, no question about that. We had dollar weakness. That gave away to what I would call dollar flatness right now. Thomas Gift is at UCL, their director of Center on U.S. Politics, and we're pleased that he could join us right now. Thomas Gift, there will be legal efforts by the Trump administration. You go into a courtroom and you have to provide evidence. Where's the evidence?
Well, Tom, that's a big question because as far as I can see, there is no evidence. As you note, courts hear actual legal disputes, not just complaints by the president because he didn't like the outcome or because he feels aggrieved. If there's one place where I do think he might have a court case, it's in Pennsylvania. There, the state Supreme Court ruled that ballots that were postmarked before Election Day but received after Election Day could be counted. There's some question as to whether that was a legislative decision or a judicial decision, but that's kind of the exception. And even if he were to make some progress there, I don't think that it would change the fundamental dynamics.
Professor Gift, what's so important, I did the math this morning, folks, on the four states that are 1% or under. If Mr. Trump took Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, if he took Georgia and Arizona, Professor Gift, that would get him out to 271. Who is going to explain to him, as Barbara B. Conable explained to Nixon it was done, granted the situation was different, who explains to this president it's done?
Well, I think that that's been one of the unfortunate aspects of the Trump administration generally, which is that he's largely surrounded himself by yes men. And I think what he really needs right now is to have someone tell him the truth, which is, it's done, it's over, and it's time to move on. It's time to go to Mar-a-Lago, and it's time to play golf. But, Donald Trump has been kind of telegraphing the fact that he would dispute the election results for quite some time, so I don't think that this is a surprise to anyone. But it is unfortunate because you would like to see this transition occur, see the new president come in, start to put in place a team and be able to negotiate with Congress. All of that is made more difficult by the fact that Donald Trump isn't accepting these results.
Thomas, overall, how does the Republican Party deal with this? Do they still stick with President Trump at the end of this week?
I think that's a great question. And one of the issues that is going to be debated within the Republican Party is what is the role of Trumpism going forward. Clearly, if there's one thing that we can take away from this election, it is that a lot of Americans support Donald Trump, even despite all of the provocations, even despite all of the scandals and the rhetoric. He still holds a sizable popularity within the GOP. And I don't think that that automatically goes away just in the blink of an election. So I think the Republican Party will evolve. I think it will maintain elements of Trumpism within it. I think if there had been a more resounding, decisive landslide, Republicans would have started saying Trump who as soon as the inauguration occurred, but not so. Trump still resonates with a certain percentage of Americans. I think he will continue to do so, and the party will have to grapple with that going forward.
Thomas Gift, who do you think Joe Biden will put in his administration, or at least what kind of people?
Well, I think that what we can expect is an administration that looks something akin to Obama 2.0. I mean, he has promised to govern from the center. He has promised to be a moderate. I think that he will, to appease some progressives within his party, have to put some within his cabinet that may represent those views. But he's the president. He won. He wants to govern as a moderate. I think he should do so. But I would expect a lot of the same personnel that were in the Obama administration to reappear. Some new faces as well. But those who are interested in forging compromise and bringing the country together.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thomas Gift there, UCL Director of Center on U.S. Politics. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News in New York City. Here's Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Francine. President Trump plans more legal moves on the election today. Still, Bloomberg's learned that recognition is growing amongst his inner circle that efforts to overturn Joe Biden's victory will be futile. But some advisors have urged the president to pursue focused legal challenges. The president has falsely claimed victory and has alleged there was widespread vote fraud. He hasn't offered any evidence. President-elect Joe Biden plans to name a 12-member coronavirus task force today. The move comes as the number of cases worldwide has now surpassed 50 million. The U.S. accounts for 1/5 of that total. More than 126,000 new infections were reported here for the third day in a row. In Turkey, the lira rose the most since March of 2019. There's speculation that higher interest rates could be coming after the country's economy saw quit and the central bank chief was fired. The Turkish currency has lost about 30% against the dollar this year. That decline speeded up since the central bank held back from raising rates last month. For more than 3 decades, millions of Americans sat down after dinner and had their knowledge tested by Alex Trebek. Trebek hosted the popular quiz show Jeopardy! He died yesterday, a little more than a year and a half after announcing he had advanced pancreatic cancer. Alex Trebek was 80. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Tom.
Ritika, I'm more than qualified to talk about this, folks. You're looking at the worst player of Jeopardy in the history of the United States. Since 1964, it has been absolutely definitive. I can honestly tell you I have sat on a couch and never, ever won. He defined the intellect of so much of America with a really, really smart show. Alex Trebek. At 80 years old. Coming up, Gregory Dacko with Oxford Economics, our chief U.S. economist. Oh, yeah. How about the state of the American economy for the president-elect? This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance Election 2020. I can't believe I'm saying that on Monday. I am Francine Lacroix in London and Tom Keeney in New York. Futures advance and continue to advance. Up 54 right now. Dow futures up a substantial 425. Make it a 1.5% move. NASDAQ 100 getting up to 2% move. We're not there yet. We will see. He has provided public service to his Belgium. Gregory Dacko joins us with Oxford Economics and has just done wonderful engaging the United States economy, winning awards in 2020. Gregory Dacko, as simply as I can, where is this economy right now? Is it truly under a 1% GDP economy?
Potentially, yes. Unfortunately, after a very strong rebound post the initial phase of the COVID crisis, we're seeing slowing momentum going into the end of the year. And that's really concerning because now that we're past the elections, there's going to be renewed focus on economic fundamentals and on health fundamentals. And in both lights, both are quite disappointing and worrisome as we approach the new year.
Okay, so we need something here like stimulus. I think a lot of people agree. Ken Rogoff was on in the heat of election 2020 saying stimulus now. Great. Can you stimulate before inauguration, or does it really have to wait into February?
I think you really have to stimulate the economy right now because if the economy is running low on fiscal aid, if economic momentum in the form of employment is slowing and income is slowing, then that means that people will spend less as we approach the end of the year. And we know this is a crucial period for the U.S. economy because, again, we're seeing this slower momentum. We're expecting growth in terms of GDP to fall below 1% in simple terms, and we're still quite deep in the hole, both in terms of economic output and in terms of employment. So we deeply need fiscal stimulus to provide incomes to households, to support businesses, and to support state and local governments who have seen quite a large hit to their budgets.
Gregory, there's much talk about a friendship between Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden that goes way back. Although Mitch McConnell, so far, I believe, has not congratulated the president-elect yet. How will those two work together, and what does that mean for stimulus? What are the chances that we do get something significant come January?
Well, I really hope that a more multilateral approach under Biden really helps stimulate the economy via fiscal stimulus. As you said, both are known politicians, and politicians tend to interact. And I think that would be a big step forward in terms of the future of policy and the political environment in the U.S. if we had more collaboration across party. It's not a guarantee by any means, but Joe Biden, given the likely composition of the Senate, which will likely remain in the hands of Republicans, will have to reach across the aisle if he wants any chance in passing some parts of his fiscal agenda. As it stands, he's unlikely to be able to pass a large share of his fiscal agenda and will likely have to govern more via executive powers, but we know those are generally fairly limited.
Where will we see the biggest scarring in the U.S. economy if we don't get this much-needed stimulus?
Well, I think the key for the U.S. economy is the labor market. We're currently in a deep, deep hole. We still have 10 million jobs fewer than we had back in February, despite solid progress over the past few months, and that will affect income. Right now, we're in an environment in which income has been higher than pre-COVID levels, but that's largely been thanks to a very large fiscal stimulus program. Now with that aid expiring, with unemployment benefits slowing with the checks not being renewed, with less aid to small businesses and less aid to state and local governments, we're facing a situation in which essentially the economy is running without any fiscal stimulus, and the economic momentum is actually slowing. The last 3 weeks, our recovery tracker has slowed quite sharply. So we really need additional fiscal stimulus to prevent the economy from actually relapsing, especially with the COVID situation worsening.
But Gregory, this is critical. I mean, do we end up like Belgium and the United Kingdom of the 1930s looking at true wage level or wage lower? I mean, is it feasible we could see real wages actually move lower, negative?
Well, we had this weird effect, which is really an artificial effect from the recession, in which a lot of lower income people lost their wages, and the average weekly earnings or hourly earnings actually rose because of that compositional effect. But if you look at some of the compositionally adjusted measures, like the employment cost index, those have actually cooled. I don't necessarily expect we'd see an outright decline in wages anytime soon, but you're likely to see for some people, and generally the most sensitive tranches of the population, that decline in wages and income, which can affect, again, the way people spend.
Gregory, thank you so much. Gregory Draco there, Oxford Economics Chief U.S. Economist. Now, coming up in the next hour, we speak with Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance. Also, of course, a former Bank of England governor. We'll ask him about what a Joe Biden's administration means for his work on climate change. That's at 6:30 a.m. in New York, 11:30 a.m. in London, and this is Bloomberg. We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta with your Bloomberg Business Flash. The latest round in the video game console fight between Sony and Microsoft kicks off this week. Microsoft is launching its new Xbox, while Sony comes out with the latest PlayStation. Microsoft is making a serious attempt to attract fans in Japan. Meanwhile, Sony has built the US into its largest single market. Apple has suspended new business with key supplier Pegatron. The iPhone maker says the Taiwanese company misclassified student workers and allowed some to work nights and overtime in violations of Apple standards. Apple's global supply chain has been the target of labor activists over the years. And Biogen analysts are bracing for a sharp sell-off in the stock. An FDA advisory panel found that data from a single clinical trial of the company's Alzheimer's therapy wasn't enough to show that it works. One analyst wrote that the findings were a disaster for Biogen. That's your latest Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine.
Ritika, thank you so much. Now, this is a good time to look at the markets. The focus on the markets, of course, is on Joe Biden, president-elect, some of the priorities, but also coupled with what's likely to be a Senate that remains Republican. The focus is, of course, on Biden optimism. So investors still buoyant over a possible split in Congress, which could actually spell legislative deadlock, something that markets like, or the up in markets could simply be a relief that the election process has largely come to an end. And then, Tom, we've been talking about it all day. We had a terrific briefing from our Onur aunt on Turkish lira, currently gaining on hopes of higher interest rates, and we'll see how the story in Turkey actually develops. You can see European stocks gaining some 1.4%.
Watching Pacific Rim currencies as well, that proxy for world GDP growth. Again, futures up 54, Dow futures up 426. The VIX is really not yet priced in, 24.71 right now on the VIX. There we go with a little more movement. We'll see how that migrates through the morning. I'd also note in the yield space, curve flattening and the 10-year yield 0.81%. Coming up, I'm really looking forward to this over the great mystery of the progressive, the liberal, and the moderate Democrats. Howard Dean will join us here. I make note that Connor Lamb was victorious in holding his seat near Pittsburgh. He is somewhat the iconic moderate Democrat. On the path forward for the president-elect and his Democratic Party, the path forward for the nation, Howard Dean will join us. Please stay with us. This election 2020, this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news analysis and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They move the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here? It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
This morning, the 46th president-to-be of the United States says he will seek to unify the nation. The gentleman from Texas, the 43rd president, says the election was, quote, fundamentally fair. The outcome is clear. The gentleman from Illinois, the 44th president, says it was a decisive victory. And the sitting 45th president has public events for 4 consecutive days. Markets, well, they adapt and adjust. The dollar weaker, the MSCI World Index a record high. And will President Biden listen to Dr. Fauci? The pandemic, it rages. One expert suggests 100,000 more deaths by inauguration. It is a conservative estimate. Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Tom Keene in New York, Francine Lacroix in London. And Francine, I got to go to the pandemic and that last quote with a gentleman from Brown University. I mean, this pandemic will change the dialogue forward to the 20th of January.
It will, Tom. Certainly, if we look at, the number of infected and the number of deaths, it's rising. I think, last week we had some 110,000 infected a day in the U.S. You just wonder, and this is what we were talking about, Tom, we're in a transition period, but you were rightly saying that from, as far as our understanding, or certainly the U.S. press reporting, that actually Joe Biden doesn't have access yet at the moment to, the transition resources because the Trump administration is still holding on to that. And so you also wonder how that will make his job more difficult as he's ready to put together this task force to deal with COVID-19.
It will be interesting to see. Let's go to the data right now with a big lift to the markets. Let's get through this quickly to get to Mr. Cirilli. Futures up 54, Dow futures up 423. The VIX comes in 24.77. No surprise there. Dollar weakness earlier, that is flattened out. 92.31 on dollar. Euro 118.78 has really been stronger than yen all in all. And just one final thing, Francine. I'd note on oil up a stick, $38 on West Texas. Brent crude back over 40 the barrel. Francine?
Yeah, I think there's also news, Tom, certainly market chatter, I don't know whether it's confirmed or not, that when it comes to oil, the Russian oil minister could see a promotion in the Vladimir Putin cabinet. Now, Wall Street seems to be celebrating the prospect of a U.S. presidency under Joe Biden. Again, gains are stretching from commodities to emerging markets. I'm looking at some of the strongest gains really in technology stocks here in Europe. And then I'm also looking at Turkish lira. Let's not forget Turkish lira, Tom, because I know a lot of the rhetoric or a lot of the chatter was on the U.S. election and the president-elect Joe Biden, but the lira surging today, the most since March 2019, after a pretty tumultuous weekend where the central bank governor was fired and the economy czar resigned, Tom.
I want to go to Kevin Cirilli, Francine, on the day for the president of the United States. Right now, let us listen to the president-elect.
I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify. Who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States. Our work begins with getting COVID under control. We cannot repair the economy, restore our vitality, or relish life's most precious moments, hugging our grandchildren, our children, our birthdays, weddings, graduations, all the moments that matter most to us until we get it under control. I said at the outset, I wanted to represent this campaign to represent and look like America. We've done that. Now that's what I want the administration to look like and act like. For all those of you who voted for President Trump, I understand the disappointment tonight. I've lost a couple times myself. But now, let's give each other a chance.
The focus on the president-elect election 2020, and of course 4 states with under 1% reporting. I add up those electoral votes, maybe the president of the United States could get to 271 votes, but many reporting that is doubtful. Kevin Cirilli is our chief Washington correspondent and arguably our chief Trump correspondent. Kevin, he's been invisible for 4 days. About 2 hours ago, they put out a single sentence that the president has no scheduled events today. How scheduled's the president? How's he doing?
Well, look, I think that there's going to be the legal fight that they're going to still continue to pursue. But I think all of the talk here in Washington turns, as it does every 4 years when there's a new administration, into who's in and who's out, who's up and who's down. And now what is President-elect Joe Biden's Washington, D.C. in just a couple of months. And so with that in mind, quite frankly, I think Washington is looking at what is going to be a return to tradition of sorts with divided government.
Yeah, I'll go,
predictability.
Kevin, I don't mean to interrupt. You're 100% correct. I get the idea of a return to tradition. The President of the United States is missing in action. That is a fact. How does that get fixed?
Well, what do you mean missing in action?
He hasn't had a public appearance in 4 days.
Well, okay. Well, the president is pursuing legal action, and based upon my reporting, he doesn't have public events. So I don't know what to tell you.
Well, no, that's fair. No, Kevin, I think that's completely fair.
I don't control his schedule, boss.
No, but I think that's completely fair to say. What is your reporting on the people around him allowing him to re-engage with the American public and with the government that he leads?
Well, look, I think that there is deep skepticism in terms of what their path forward is as it relates to the legal challenge. As is traditional, you've got a lot of staffers who are looking for jobs, and I think that's where things stand. It's unknown when we will hear from President Trump, but his legal team is continuing to pursue a long-shot legal action.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it's not the right time to make jokes, but perhaps the person who booked the Four Seasons landscape gardening is also looking for a job. Kevin, when you look at the Republican Party, are they sticking with the president's claim that there should be recounts, that there was wrongdoing in the election? I know a couple of senators have distanced themselves from that. What happens to the others this week?
Over the weekend, Senator Mitt Romney congratulated President-elect Joe Biden, as did former President George W. Bush. Senator Ted Cruz, a Republican from Texas, many thought to be a potential 2024 presidential candidate, came out and said that every legal vote should be counted. It's interesting because in addition to the silence that Tom alludes to, you also have folks wondering about Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. At the end of the day, Republicans are still trying to protect a majority in the Senate, and of course the Georgia Senate runoffs are very much on the minds of not just Republicans but also Democrats.
But Kevin, is this strategizing from the Republican side, or is this trying to just make sure that President Trump at some point lets go? It's unclear to me. If you don't go out gracefully, and this is especially from not the president but others around him, does it make people less likely to vote for the Republicans the next time around, or does it actually give them a bit of fire?
That's a good point. That's an incredibly good point. And I think that just as for every time a political party loses, there's a lot of soul searching that has to be done. And I think there's a lot of questions about where the Republican Party from the presidential level goes. But they're very confident when I talk to Republicans about the gains that they made in the House and that they were able to dwarf sort of the massive blue wave that was anticipated in the Senate. That said, in the short term, they are trying to protect the Georgia runoff seats. And so that's really, I think, in the short term, there is those incredibly important runoff elections in early January.
I look, Kevin, at where we are, and I'm sorry, it devolves back to Mr. Biden's friend and colleague, the gentleman from Kentucky. Is Mitch McConnell have a schedule today?
Well, I think that's really going to be of first priority for Republicans who are trying to figure out where Leader McConnell is as it relates to these issues. And let's not forget about the potential for a fiscal stimulus talk as well, Tom. And so, it's unknown really right now this morning what the immediate 12 hours will be in Washington.
Kevin, thank you so much. It's nice to see you somewhat rested. Perhaps it's because the Eagles are in first place finally after not playing this weekend. That's the only way they can get into first place. The Eagles are green, and of course, green means Vermont. Coming up, Howard Dean, the former DNC chairman. Howard Dean on that really interesting thing he predicted, which is the battle between moderate Democrats and the liberal left. Stay with us on Election 2020. This is Bloomberg.
market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
Election 20, thank you so much for being with us from New York and London. Tom Keene and Francine Lacroix. In this election, it is not over. There are 4 states with under 1% counting: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia. Let's talk Georgia right now. Jordan Holman joins us from Georgia. Jordan, the single thing I saw this weekend that blew my mind away was Stacey Abrams and the Georgia legislature having registered voters go from unregistered voters go from 20% to 2% over the last number of years. That's extraordinary. Was that the difference for Mr. Biden?
It absolutely is. Stacey Abrams has been working on this voter registration for years. She noticed that the changing demographics that were happening in Georgia actually really helped contribute to the Democratic Party. So thinking about more Black voters, younger voters, Asian voters, and not just saying, hey, vote, but going to them 3 to 4 times and saying, truly register to vote.
Jordan, Georgia is also becoming the center of a battle for the Senate, and this will be replayed in January. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, so these 2 Senate seats that are going to run off in January are really critical for the Democratic Party. It could help some in the Senate for Biden's administration. And so in Georgia, usually it's thought of as this super red state, but because of all the attention, lots of consultants will be down here. They're pouring money into Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff's campaign. And so that also goes to the demographics. So now that everyone is registered to vote, the next step will be making sure that they show up for the Senate race, which usually has a lower turnout than the presidential races.
Jordan, I think it was the Washington Post had a spectacular article, a breakout of 40 years of Georgia politics, and it devolves down to the counties around Atlanta. You mentioned Gwinnett County as being the one you're focused on. Tell our audience worldwide, why is that? What is it about Gwinnett County that's so important?
Yeah, Gwinnett County is is right around this Atlanta city, so it's a suburb. So generally, it was a Republican stronghold. In recent years, it goes back to those demographics changing, that they are registering more as Democrats. So then you do have younger people moving out there to the suburbs. You do have more a higher African-American population, people who are reliably Democratic voters. And so what we saw with the election is that it's no longer a certainty that that is a Republican county. It's really up into play. And so when we think about January, that's going to be where you're going to see a lot of commercials, a lot of money flowing in to convince those voters to come out again.
Jordan Holman, thank you so much for joining us this morning from Georgia, and it will be most interesting to see. Those 4 races are closer than many people, I think, perceive here, even with Mr. Biden having way more than 270 electoral votes. Right now, as he has given us wisdom and perspective, Dr. Dean joins, of course. His heritage is with Vermont, but his new heritage is getting the Democratic Party forward. We're thrilled that Howard Dean could join us this morning. Howard, you absolutely nailed it the last time we talked. The progressive, the liberal effort, and what it's going to do to the moderate Democrats. What does Connor Lamb of Pittsburgh, who just barely won, what does he need from the liberal left?
I think just a change in rhetoric. Most of even Connor Lamb's constituents, they are socially conservative, but they actually are in favor of things like universal health care. They're in favor of things like better education, and certainly in terms of raising minimum wage and so forth. So I think the major task of the Democratic Party is not so much to change people's ideology, it's to change the way they talk about their ideology. Our principal problem now is messaging, of course, aided by a very good Republican operation who claimed that Biden wanted to defund the police and all this kind of stuff. So we're just going to have to, people are going to have to turn the temperature down inside the party. We can get where we need to go, but we can't do it without both the moderate and the progressive wings of the party.
What kind of cabinet will we see? If you'd like to tell us you're being vetted for a cabinet position, we're all ears. Or maybe I could see Ambassador Dean in our future. You name the country, maybe Antarctica. That would be good. But Howard, but Howard, seriously, the cabinet and many of those cabinet positions have to be vetted through the gentleman from Kentucky. What kind of cabinet will we see?
Well, I don't know that they have to be vetted through the gentleman from Kentucky. At some point, the Republicans are going to have to pay for their obstructionism. And so McConnell would do well to think carefully about how obstructionist he wants to be. But also the other thing is, it's a good thing, is that Biden and McConnell actually have a pretty decent relationship. They served together for a long time in the Senate. And I think, the tradition is that most of the appointments of the president will be confirmed. This president is unlikely to put in some people that are, that are anathema to the Republicans, since we do need, at least at this point, we need 51 Republican votes. Now, they don't have 51 Republican votes right now. And that's why your previous conversation about Georgia is so absolutely critical. And I think you're going to see a big battle in Georgia for these 2 seats.
Howard Dean, let me go back to what you were saying about Mitch McConnell. Why has he not congratulated the president-elect yet?
Same reason that a lot of the Republicans haven't. He's afraid. They're all afraid of Trump. Trump owns the Republican Party. Trump can still, to this day, and it'll happen 2 years from now, this will be true, he will be able to essentially fire any senator or congressman that he wants to, because the Republican voters belong to Donald Trump. That hasn't changed. There are just not as many of them. And some of them are sort of beginning to see that perhaps Trump is not the ideal president or the ideal leader, but many of them are not. And they're afraid of Trump. And that's unfortunately been bad for the country, and it's been the problem for 4 years.
So how do the Democrats win the Senate race in Georgia? What's the strategy there?
The strategy is to do exactly what Stacey Abrams did, which is to get people registered and get them out to vote. This is now apparently a toss-up state, and its voting participation makes a big difference. And I think the previous piece on this program was exactly right. Our problem is turnout. It's much harder to get people to vote for any other election besides the presidency of the United States, even governor, which people care a lot about. So that's going to be our task, and it's not going to be an easy one.
Dr. Dean, you are well preserved. Others more ancient aren't. And it is a legacy of the party. And some would say the senator from Delaware, the president-elect, is the last of the old guard. There's a legacy of Hubert Humphrey. There is a legacy of Lyndon Baines Johnson. Is that in the misty past, or do you pull forward that Democratic Party legacy into a present for the party?
Well, I think the legacy of Lyndon Johnson is extraordinary. I hated Lyndon Johnson when I was in college because they were lying about the Vietnam War, as Nixon did. But if you look back on Johnson's presidency, he was one of the top great 6 presidents in the United States history in terms of how he formed the United States. Medicare, Medicaid, all these Social Security, expansion, civil rights. I mean, so I would say, sure, if we can be in the mode of Lyndon Johnson domestically, that would be fantastic. And I think that's where we're going to end up.
Well, where, Dr. Dean, just because of time, where is the moderate tone of Hubert Humphrey? Where is the moderate tone that was a legacy of Joe Biden in the Senate?
You have to understand that Hubert Humphrey was a raving liberal at the time. Relatively speaking, he was outrun by the progressives. And look, we need younger people in this party. We cannot continue with people my age running this place. And whether it's AOC or Connor Lamb, they're going to have to work that out. But we need both of those people, and we need that leadership to come up into the leadership of the Democratic Party. My generation needs to get out of the way.
Right, but Howard Dean, AOC, Alexandria, AOC has just tweeted that the Democrats shouldn't blame progressives for, votes lost in the House. Is she right?
Yes, we shouldn't. I think the progressives could tune up their rhetoric a little bit, but no, these progressive ideas are incredibly good ideas. The idea that we shouldn't be doing anything about climate change is insane. What's the difference between us and the Republicans if that's what we believe? So of course we should do something about climate change. Of course we should do something about universal health care. We're the last civilized country on the face of the earth that doesn't have universal health care. This is ridiculous. The progressives are right in substance. They're often wrong in tactics.
Yeah, we will see. Howard Dean, thank you so much for the briefing. Dr. Dean,
Thank
of
you.
course, the former DNC chair and a nodding acquaintance with Mr. Sanders, Vermont, as well. We drive forward the conversation. We like speaking to experts about the moment. David Weston will do that on Balance of Power at 12 noon hour, the laureate from New York University on productivity and technology's benefits and failures to America, Paul Romer. Futures up 54. Stay with us. Election 2020. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
When you went to Baltimore, you went initially to be an
anchor woman,
and then didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I got fired.
Well,
well, demoted. I was
got demoted, but they didn't. They had a contract,
Yeah.
so they didn't say goodbye. And then, how did you work out to be on a afternoon show where you actually got to be an interviewer? How did that actually happen?
Well, what happened was this is what I now know with age and perspective, that many times getting demoted is an opportunity for something else to show up, or getting fired. You know, lots of people I've interviewed over the years who have these stories about the best thing that ever happened to you. It puts you in the next best place. I was not a good television reporter. I was too emotional. I was making $22,000 a year, and my best friend Gail, who I met there at the time, she was also working there. She said, "Oh my God, you're 22, making $22,000. Imagine when you're 25." Then you're 30. So I'd be making 60 about now. It'd be good, 62. Once I got demoted, they didn't want to pay out my contract. I was making $25,000 a year. They didn't want to pay me the $25,000.
Right.
So they kept me on and said, "We'll put you on this talk show just to run out your contract."
Election 2020, thank you for being with us from London and New York. The American election, it just simply continues forward. On the data front, equities love it. A market lift. Futures up 53. The VIX 24.85. The dollar dynamics are interesting. In the last hour, we've seen dollar weakness become dollar stasis, with euro yen, stronger yen, but really dollar has had a major shift here back towards a leveling versus the real weakness earlier. Francine, I would note that we've got Turkish lira from an 845, 850, strong lira to 8.05. So I guess we're waiting for Mr. Erdogan to speak, but nevertheless strong lira over the last 2 hours.
Yeah, Tom, if you look at the lira, it actually surged the most since March 2019. Over the weekend, the country's central bank governor was fired. The economy czar also resigned, and that really has raised the speculation over whether the country could shift to a more orthodox policy and actually raise interest rates. So you're right, Tom, the lira gaining as much as 4.1%, but actually on European markets, so sure, European stocks are up, they're following this global stock rally, but the one thing I really want to spend a bit of time on, Tom, is the yield on Greece's two-year bond fell below zero for the first time. Wow. And I think this is going to be a pretty significant week, actually, for a lot of these European bond deals. Coming up on Balance of Power, we continue to look at Joe Biden, president-elect, with Stacey Cunningham, NYSE president.
I think what we're seeing during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
Surveillance. Good morning, everyone. Election 2020. Francine Lacroix in London. I'm Tom Keene in New York. It is not a side story. The geopolitics and the political economics of Turkey affects the adjacent countries, affects the Mediterranean, and indeed affects U.S. policy. Onur Ant is our Turkey bureau chief, and we're thrilled that he could join us this morning. Onur, what does Mr. Erdogan need to do today in your afternoon to stabilize a nation?
The lira is already rallying after
Yes.
his son-in-law and the economy czar stepped down last night. So I think people are looking at this as an opportunity for Erdogan to nominate someone who will have a better grasp, or in electorate favor, of course, a better grasp of what needs to be done to stabilize the economy after the currency lost more than, around a third of its value just this past year alone. So everyone is looking up to Erdogan and his party to announce a credible, trustable name to succeed Mr. Al-Bayrak. And we think it's could happen in the next 5 hours or so.
Okay, I know you're buried there in Istanbul, but very importantly, what will we see from Mr. Erdogan? The same Erdogan or a new changed Erdogan with a new international financial plan?
It's a very difficult question. We have seen Erdogan concede from his strongly held principles on economy, on interest rates, and where they should be in the past when there was need to do so. He's a pragmatic leader. That said, over the years, there were instances where Erdogan continued to surprise investors and his own electorate by sticking to some of his arguments more than people thought he would do. And then I think interest rates is one of those issues that is somewhat in the gray line. We think the latest changes in the cabinet, well, his son-in-law's resignation, and the central bank's management overhaul will result in a policy shift. We don't know how far, how rapid, and how soon the policy shift will come. But we will have an idea later today when Erdogan or his party announces a successor to al-Bayrak. We think that might happen later today.
Onur, it's very clear that actually the turmoil at home could be coupled also with extra trouble or extra concern for President Erdogan, because you have a president-elect, Joe Biden, that could be much less friendly to Turkey like we saw President Trump be. Does that influence Erdogan's willingness to maybe step away into micromanaging the economy a bit?
We haven't seen any evidence of that yet, but if evidence mounts that some of the changes in the Turkish administration may have to do with the, let's say, changing sentiment abroad in terms of Turkey's standing, I think we'll be able to say that. But it's far too early to speculate that at this point. That's my view of it.
And is it far too early to speculate on also what it means for international investors? I mean, you know, these changes, when do they decide whether they want to come in and buy Turkish lira?
I think they will need a lot more than just a change of the central bank governor and a change in the even administration to suddenly change their minds. I should remind you and the audience that foreign investors have pulled out a lot of money from Turkish assets, both stocks and debt, over the last 2 years. And there is a reason for that. Turkey's economic management has been somewhat unpredictable for investors over the last 2 years or so. So certainly we think there's going to be a policy shift, but I think people will need time to digest that and find it and decide whether it's a credible shift or not.
Stealing minutes from Onur on an incredibly busy day for all of Turkey. Mr. Erdogan scheduled to speak in the next 30 to 60 minutes as well. Mr. Ant is our Turkey Bureau Chief. Right now, with our news in New York City, here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. President Trump plans more legal moves on the election today. Still, Bloomberg's learned that recognition is growing amongst his inner circle that efforts to overturn Joe Biden's victory will be futile. But some advisors have urged the president to pursue focused legal challenges. The president has falsely claimed victory and has alleged there was widespread voter fraud. He hasn't offered any evidence. Today, Biden plans to name a 12-member coronavirus task force. The move comes as the number of cases worldwide has now surpassed 50 million. The U.S. accounts for 1/5 of that total. More than 126,000 new infections reported here for the third day in a row. Germany is considering whether to mend transatlantic trade relations. Bloomberg has learned that Berlin may propose an approach that would see the European Union delay tariffs set to hit $4 billion of American goods this week. The tariffs have to do with the battle over illegal subsidies to both Boeing and Airbus. For more than 3 decades, millions of Americans sat down after dinner and had their knowledge tested by Alex Trebek. Trebek hosted the popular quiz show Jeopardy! He died yesterday, a little more than a year and a half after announcing he had advanced pancreatic cancer. Alex Trebek was 80. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thank you so much. Really a master at quizzing your general knowledge. Now, coming up next, Joshua Sharfstein. He's Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health Vice Dean. We'll talk about the president-elect and his potential handling of the pandemic. This is Bloomberg.
women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
So do you get tired of people calling you a jazz legend? Do you feel older when they say that to you?
Yeah, I like the word jazz. I don't like the legend.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lachman, London. Tom Keene in New York. Tom, as we continue to track the virus, Bloomberg has, as we all know, developed this unique partnership with the leading authority on COVID-19. Johns Hopkins has been at the forefront of the international response, and every day we bring you insight from experts in public health, infectious disease, and emergency preparedness. Well, joining us today is Joshua Sharfstein, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health Vice Dean. Thank you so much, Joshua, for joining us. When you look at the first words that we heard from President-elect Joe Biden, it's clear he wants to talk about climate change, but first and foremost, he wants to deal with the pandemic. What should be on his to-do list today?
Well, I think today he's going to announce a great group of advisors. I think he's sending the signal that the response will be guided by science, informed by the public. And I think that's a big relief after a response that really had just completely fallen off the tracks.
How does he, because it's state by state that actually a lot of these decisions are taking place, what's the true power of a president?
Well, there's some very important roles for the federal government. That hasn't been appreciated because the federal government really hasn't undertaken those roles. But one of them would be to really have a testing strategy. Another would be to make sure the supply chain is strong, particularly for protective equipment that so many people need in different kinds of jobs, including healthcare. There are really important roles for giving clear guidance to states and localities. Right now, it is just a cacophony of different approaches, and some of them really make no sense. So I think that bringing a little bit of order to the chaos is going to be really important. And then setting a tone for states and localities. There is a really important role for local government, but it needs the support of the federal government, and I think that's going to be a major goal.
Professor, this is an unfair question, but I'll try it anyways. You've been so good to be with us. And that is, another expert said you could extrapolate out something like 80, 90, 100,000 deaths before the inauguration of January 20th. Do you agree with that the extrapolation of the case to death ratio right now is that grim?
It could well be that grim. I do. I think that's possible. And in fact, for everything that the president-elect is going to do, there's a lot that needs to be done even before the inauguration. And I hope with the vote behind everybody that hopefully the old administration can do a little bit better, can roll up its sleeves and work with the new administration to put some of these things, start to put some of these things in place early. Every day that it moves early will be more lives that are saved.
So what is the first order condition for Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx right now? What is the change behavior you'd like to see?
Probably clear messages on masks. I mean, up to the very end, very mixed messages on masks. You still have the advisor, Scott Atlas in the White House, tweeting things about masks that don't make any sense. And I think that's really undermined people's understanding of what they can do themselves to protect themselves.
Joshua, can you give us an update on how the main hospitals in the States where we've seen an incredible number of infected people with COVID-19, how are they coping?
Some of them are getting overwhelmed. Some of, we're seeing field hospitals being set up in different places, patients airlifted to other places. It's a very serious situation. This virus is, has been waiting for the winter to hit where everyone goes inside, and it's having a field day. And unless we're really able to come together and push back and really get the support of the federal government, it's going to be a very difficult situation. And I'm worried about these places, and I hope that it doesn't keep spreading to other places.
How different, Joshua, is this wave compared to what we saw in March, April? Is it the same? Is it less deadly? Have we gotten, better at dealing with it, or will it be just as devastating?
Well, in terms of the total number of deaths, it could be as devastating or worse, depending on how bad it gets. I think we've gotten better at taking care of patients and their treatments and other things that are now able to save lives, but that doesn't mean there will be fewer deaths because there's so many more people infected. We have record numbers of total infections. So even if there are, fewer people per 100 people who are sick who are dying, in the end, because there's so many more people who are infected, you could wind up with more deaths. And that's a really unfortunate, tragic situation that we should all be fighting to avoid.
Joshua Sharfstein, thank you so much, of Johns Hopkins there. And be sure to check out VRUS Go on the Bloomberg for the latest information. You can also tune in every day for exclusive conversation with Johns Hopkins experts for an inside look at battling COVID-19. Now, coming up next, we talk about climate change with Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy for Climate Change and Finance, also former Bank of England governor. And Tom, we need to do extra data checks. The markets, when you look at the 10-year European curve, is actually going a little bit lower today. We'll talk also about European yields. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here? It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lackman, London. Tom Keen's in New York. Now, the fight against climate change is set to be high on the agenda when President-elect Joe Biden takes over the White House next year. So how can financial services support a green recovery and a transition to net zero? Well, that's a question posed at this week's Green Horizon Summit, hosted by the City of London and backed by the World Economic Forum. And I'm delighted to be joined by a keynote speaker at the summit. He's a UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance and the former governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. Great to have you on. Mark Carney, when you look at the change in administration in the U.S., what does a Biden administration mean for climate change and sustainable finance?
Well, a couple of things. First is there has been this disconnect in that the U.S. private sector, whether it's the innovators in the real economy or large financial institutions, have really been at the forefront of addressing many of the issues around climate change. And yet, with the current administration, obviously officials have not been engaged and have been at best neutral to global efforts. So it's a big deal. It is a big deal that Joe Biden is president-elect and has a focus on this. I would make a distinction between a series of initiatives, part of what we're talking about today, what we're focusing on today in the private financial sector, which is putting in place all the elements of the framework so that every financial decision can take climate change into account. That's what's going to drive change. Of course, there are a series of other things that governments are doing on the fiscal side and the regulatory side where you have parallel agendas, if you will. And from what we're talking about today, the Biden administration can make a huge, huge difference.
Mark Carney, is there a danger that a lot of the private companies, because they now think that the U.S. is fully behind this, don't go the extra mile in actually making sure that they adapt to climate change and risks?
No, I think it's the other way around. And I think one of the points we're really stressing here is that there is enormous opportunity. This is, my view, this is the biggest commercial opportunity of our time because you have a massive issue, we all know this, with climate change. And the companies that are part of the solution are creating enormous, enormous value and will be rewarded for it by the markets. And the markets are waking up to that. We see that in a number of valuations. There's a long way to go. And this is a market in transition, just to be absolutely clear. It's not about just, I mean, it's very important, pure green power and zero emission vehicles, but it's about every sector of the economy, from industry through to technology, making this transition. It's about investors and banks finding that value, supporting them, and obviously screening out those with risk. So I think what the new administration does is it reinforces, and there is enormous global momentum behind this. It just last 3 weeks, we've had 3 of the global giants, China, Japan, South Korea, make net zero commitments. That's 126 countries around the world who are committed to net zero. We don't see fantastic if the U.S. joins that. That gives the direction. The companies that are part of the solution, as I say, will get rewarded. Those who are laggards are going to get left behind.
How helpful to the bigger goal of climate change and trying to keep a cap on carbon emission is ESG investing? There's a worry in certain parts of the markets that this is almost a free pass for asset managers to actually put a windscreen up and saying, well, we're doing ESG investing, but it's just not enough.
Well, look, I would agree with that in terms of the focus on accomplishing net zero. ESG is not enough. It has other benefits, but the E in ESG, first off, is not focused on net zero itself. We have to get to net zero to stabilize the temperature at any level, and that's part of what we're drawing out at this summit, which is to go through what type of disclosure do you need? You need TCFD disclosure, first and foremost. Secondly, what do companies need to have? They need to have net zero transition plans. And then investors or providers of capital, whether they're banks, pension funds, asset managers, asset owners, they need to chart, determine who's the leader, who's the laggards, who's on the right or wrong side of climate history here, and put their capital behind that. But pools of capital, all those pools of capital will increasingly be judged. They will be asked, are they on the line towards net zero? And ESG, Mark, is not the answer to that question.
who should be doing more than they already are?
Yeah.
Is it, is it a specific group of investors?
Well, I think, look, one of the big messages out of this summit, and there's 10,000 people from various institutions around the world crowding into this as we speak, in a good way, is there's huge, huge momentum. And people, when the market gets behind fixing a problem, it will solve the problem. So this is, fundamentally, it's a positive message. Now, to get to the answer to your question, what we need to do, there's a couple of ways to address this question of the transition. There's a big group of large asset owners, 5 trillion of assets, called the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. They've banded together. It would include CalPERS, AXA, Allianz, the Japan Pension Funds, Caisse de Dépôt in Canada, others. And they've banded together and said, look, we're going to manage down the carbon footprint of our multi-trillion-dollar portfolios by 29% over the next 5 years, and we're going to get to net zero in time for 2050. So that's one approach. Another approach, which is coming out later today, is an approach for consultation led by a guy named David Blood, who is the founder of Generation Asset Management, which takes the next step, which is to say, okay, well, if you're managing down the portfolio, what's the implied temperature rise of your portfolio? So in other words, what's your contribution to climate change? And again, we have big pools of capital who are looking to move from where the market is today, which is well north of 3 degrees global warming, to their own portfolio, manage that portfolio towards 1.5 degrees, which is the Paris objective. Now, let me kind of bring it together. I think one of the things that is happening, which is exciting and absolutely necessary, is that a market in transition is being created, and it's the transition towards net zero. We, in the financial sector, whether you're officials like me in the UN role or in the private sector, we need to think and determine the ways to communicate that to the people watching. It's ultimately all their money. They're going to want the answer to that question. Is it being invested in line with solving climate change? And we will get there. We will get there. And the Blood report, which is coming out today, the approach of the net zero asset owners, the work of a number of firms around the world are part of helping to answer that question. Bedrock issue, TCFD, started by Mike Bloomberg, and only 5 years ago, and now we're on the cusp of getting that on a pathway to mandatory. Again, all moving in the right.
You've called for a bigger and better functioning carbon markets. What can be done there?
Yeah, it's crucial. We have a limited carbon budget. We've got to conserve it. Well, new technologies come on. Part of that conservation is going to be offsets. So think nature-based solutions such as reforestation, but think also conversion of dirty fuels like coal into gas, into renewables, and the offsets created. There is a blueprint, the first draft of a blueprint coming out tomorrow. Bill Winters, the CEO of Standard Chartered, Annette Nazareth, formerly of the SEC, have led this effort, sponsored by the Institute for International Finance. So all the major global financial institutions, there's 50 plus 80 of them working on this thing. Blueprint coming out tomorrow, how to professionalize this market. This is Bloomberg, so if you like data, this is a market that's $300 million right now. It's a joke. It should be measured in the tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions. This type of work, and our intention for COP26, just to be clear, is to have this market up and running, properly professional, up and running by this time next year. And so really ask the institutions out there who aren't engaged to get engaged on this when the Winters report comes out tomorrow.
Should central banks, but also governments, only funnel money in this crisis to climate change friendly businesses?
Well, I think, decision for governments, but certainly we're having a major strategic reset across. It's a rare company that had the right strategy going into COVID, that has the right strategy post-COVID with all the changes that have happened from technology to social demands to climate change as well. So if you're operating, you're a large company, you should have a net zero plan. But to be clear, what the role of the market is to help with that transition. So companies with plans, credible plans, they will take some risks, they'll have investments, and they should be back. And governments, in thinking about how to support, particularly as we get through, and we will get through, the crisis phase of this to the regeneration, when we go from redistribution to regeneration, when we get to that point, governments should be looking to who has a plan. Look, we're not it's build forward better, right? It's build the future, make the future, and make the climate.
All right, Mark Carney, thanks so much. UN Special Envoy for Climate Change, Climate Action and Finance, also former Bank of England governor. Now, Pfizer's COVID vaccine prevents 90% of infections in studies. That came out just minutes ago. We didn't get a chance to speak to Mark Carney about it, but this is something significant, and it's actually sending markets up. We'll have plenty more on that shortly. Join the team of Bloomberg Surveillance Simulcast, Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferrer, and Lisa Abramovitz for more news. The Pfizer COVID vaccine preventing 90% of infections in study. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here? It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Will probably judge this that this is no longer a contested election.
Patience is the real key here, and what the market wants to see is something that is orderly.
The longer the uncertainty, the more the stimulus